Thank you. We've got someone who's going to take us through the recap of yesterday. Thank you, brother. As you prepare for the same, there are a few things we're going to do quickly before we start this program. We are waiting for a few people to come in. So where you are, at least I want us to mingle. How many countries are represented here? I want to start from Kenya. Countries, Kenya. Thank you, Kenya. Uganda. Thank you from Uganda. Nigeria. Sorry? From Nigeria, our friends from Nigeria. Thank you. Loki, I can see you. Our friends from Botswana. Thank you. Our friends from Sudan. Thank you. Our friends from Ethiopia. Thank you. Our friends from Tanzania. Wow. Thank you, Tanzania represented. Our friends from DRC Congo. DRC Congo. Our friends from Senegal. Wow. Thank you. Our friends from Cameroon. Thank you. Our friends from Chad. Thank you. Our friends from Colombia. Okay, maybe Colombia, they're yet to arrive. Our friends from Sierra Leone. Wow, thank you. I don't know, which country have I not mentioned? Kindly defend your country. I'm told we've not mentioned Gabon. I want to mention all the countries: Mozambique, Zimbabwe, South Africa. Where are we? Zambia. Any other country that I've not mentioned? Angola, Benin, all of them represented. Mali, all of them. So thank you. As we prepare for this program, I want, before we get a recap of yesterday, who will volunteer to pray for us before we start the agenda? A lady. I believe in ladies putting us closer to our loved one. Thank you. The ICT team, kindly help us with the extra mics.
Let's stand up for our word of prayer. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, we want to welcome you, Almighty Lord, as you are going to start this conference of ours for the second day. You walk and journey with us for each and every endeavor that is going to happen here. May you see us through, Lord, hear us. Lord, graciously hear us. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen.
Thank you for that wonderful prayer. I believe that when we have ladies in the house, we are closer to God. Is that true? But a little bit nowadays, I'm realizing that we having Adventist men were closer to God than ladies. But anyway, that is not the talk of today. So as we want to prepare for the recap of yesterday, kindly I'll want to put some few announcements here and there. Number one, I'm believing that each and every person who has got in has got a tag. And if you not, kindly liaise with the support team with the tags. Secondly, as you came in, you registered for today. I want to hope so that we can have a clear record of who is in and who is not. So as we start, let me get the ICT team. Are you ready for support? ICT team, are you ready? I want to hope that they're ready. You want to say something, brother?
Good morning. We like to have today's programs printed like yesterday. We have them in softwares. Some of the accessibility is not easy.
Okay, thank you, sir. That concern has been taken in. Maybe if we're not able to get it this morning, maybe in the course of the day, we're going to organize for the same. So as I want to set the platform, I want to hope all the countries are well represented. To those that I didn't mention, kindly bear with me as we get a message from Sylvia.
Good morning. As for the programs, we want to conserve the environment. I believe we all have the let's use the program that you have. Okay?
The concern for the internet, here still our ICT team are working on the same. So today we're gonna believe that things are going to be better rather than yesterday. So as we prepare, I don't know, I want in a special way, as we welcome our brother to take us through the yesterday's program, we want to do it in a very special way. Brother, as you stand up to take us through, kindly, if you're there, we're going to tap our feet and we take a clap as we tap our feet down. 1, 2, 3, we can start. Now we start it afresh. I think now the notes are there with you. So as our brother is coming to the podium, kindly let us welcome him warmly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Allow me get it back to our brother.
Good morning, comrades, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Chiza from Uganda. It's my distinct honor and privilege to give a recap of what transpired yesterday as we flagged off this summer school, Nairobi Summer School on Climate Change. The day started with a heavy breakfast at the hotel. Yeah, I'm told there's some saboteurs trying to do their work, so I have to hold the fire for a while until I'm advised otherwise. No, I don't think this is from Kampala. It's one of the Kenyan factions, the political factions, either the Ruto camp or the Odinga camp. I don't know which one. Investigations are underway to unearth the cause of this sabotage. Yeah, it is local. It's not imported from abroad. Yeah. So the people from outside countries, we are proud of you for your good manners. We urge our Kenyan brothers to resolve this problem as soon as is practical so that we can get going with the summer school for the second day. Yeah, over there with shades not put on is Dr. Sylvia. You can just call her Sylvia. Yes, Sylvia, you wave to the people. Wow, she shines like a star in the morning. Yeah, that is Sylvia. Thank you. We are very well informed from where we come from that GSU is very tough. If the problem persists, we shall call GSU. They beat up, I'm told the Kenyan police is one of the most brutal in the region. So if the saboteurs insist, we shall report this matter to the nearest police station and the suspects won't like it, regardless of whether they are guilty or not. We just need to mention one of our Kenyan brothers, the one whom we think is most stubborn. And then they give him chai for us. I'm already having a suspect in mind. There's someone I greeted on my first day and he didn't reply. Yeah. This could be one of those opportunities to get even. I think they will just have to inform us when And especially now that Eugene is coming, bouncing like a man on a spring. Wow, that is Eugene. Welcome. So let's wait for the technical guys. The translation is not having, is having some hiccup. So, oh, it's fine? Okay. But now I have already forgotten what I was supposed to say. Oh, yes, now. But food normally helps. So yesterday, this is going to be very brief as a recap. Yesterday, we started with a heavy breakfast at the hotel. We came in the Kenyatta University buses. We reached here. We took photos for our social media, which some of which are already running. And you guys, you look very beautiful. You look very beautiful, especially the Ugandans. Ma. Then we registered the usual formalities of registration. We were entertained by the Luya. The Luya in the room, where are you? Wow. So we should even do it today. So there was some entertainment from the Luya culture group at the beginning and at the end. I liked more the one at the end because it was more African. It was more energetic. The morning one was also very good in a sense. It was a bit subtle and then ushering us in. Then we had opening remarks from a series of officials, starting with the people to give us permission in this university, the VC, the person who was reporting the VC, the Pajika people, basically welcome remarks in a series of ways for the Nairobi Summer School. And the subjects of this school were touched on: climate justice, loss and damage, adaptation. We had 2 youth from the previous cohorts giving us their stories. A gentleman who was shy and had to come last. And of course, a lady who had no hint of shyness from Zimbabwe and gave us that story. And of course, Zimbabwe was featuring very prominently, even in the final panel that discussed and was moderated, the very final panel with the senior lecturer from Kenyatta University and the gentleman. Of course, Nigeria must start flying. You know Nigeria, you can't miss Nigerians. So of course, there was a tall man from Nigeria. The ladies like tall men. Isn't that true? So it was befitting. We had a very tall gentleman from Nigeria also representing, and the discussion was very good. The youth were told on how to do partnerships, how to do collaborations, how to take these spaces, how to create them. The police officials was really on the spot to tell us either spaces, occupy the spaces you have or invent new ones. And of course, we were encouraged to chat with each other, to exchange numbers, to even chat well into midnight, as long as we don't wake up too late to attend this summer program, and subject to the ethical code of conduct that was given to us. So I won't bore you with the nitty-gritties. I will just say it was a wonderful day and we are ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, I hand over the mic.
Okay, thank you, brother, for that wonderful recap and also bring us closer to what happened yesterday. Before we start the program, we are going to welcome one of the facilitators who is going to take us through what is the introduction to summer school. But meanwhile, yeah, thank you for that. So meanwhile, as we want to start the program quickly, in a special way, I want to request Philip to prepare the ground for us and welcome as our guests who are seated with us before we welcome Eugene. Thank you, Bwana Philip.
Good, I'm good. Don't worry. Good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. The energy that I had yesterday is not the one that I'm hearing in the room. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, it's important to cross-check just to be sure that the energy that was in the room yesterday is the same energy that is in this room today. Because in absence of that confirmation, then I might be addressing a mutant group of the original group. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the facilitators who have joined us. We have a team that joined us yesterday, and we also have participants who have joined us today. And the official business kicked off yesterday with a symposium. I think you've been taken through a quick recap of what transpired. And therefore, the business of today is to delve deeper into the conversations that brought us here, and that is also committing quite a number of people online to discuss. And this is essentially the summer school. And before Eugene comes up, I just want to take you through some quick processes that are important. The first is for us to walk through the program for the summer school, and I'm referring from my shorthand notes so that I'm able to take you through the broad overview of the summer school and the various modules that you'll be covering in the process. The summer school, as for modules, and in the period that we shall be here, we shall be working towards covering those particular modules. And beginning today, we've actually begun with our first module, which is an introduction to climate change and the crisis that is unfolding. And this module definitely has some certain structured sessions, which we shall also walk through in this particular process. Of course, the first session revolving around overall introduction to the Nairobi Summer School, elements to do with foundations of human-induced climate change, and then we begin to look at impacts of climate change within localized areas and in global context, looking at what is the crisis like in the southern countries. So that is generally part of module 1. And then we will also begin to look at issues of nexus that do exist between climate change and peace and security, which is extremely critical in this particular process. And then we will move further to module 2 and begin to look at the response measures, emerging solutions, and the policy options in terms of addressing climate change. And in this discussion, we'll delve deeper into locally led adaptation and resilience building. We will further go down to discuss issues to do with urbanization and the city level resilience building, because when you look at climate change, it is increasingly important we give attention to issues of city level resilience, which is extremely important. Cities are affected by climate change, and it's important to see how that is being addressed. But it's equally important to address the contribution of cities to climate change in terms of pollution, because again, they are leading centers of pollution globally, and that is where again economy of the world is revolving. So we'll be able to deal with that and also deal with the question of mitigation elements and the measures that we need to put in place at different level. Then we'll address the question of loss and damage and deal with issues of political ecology, looking at nature-based solutions for adaptations and approaches that need to be put there. Then we will slide quickly to module 3, and in module 3 we will be looking at critical climate justice issues from the global south, delving deeper to begin addressing the substantive questions of how does climate injustices manifest in the south. And in this module, we will go further to deal with the foundational issues of climate justice, looking at where we're coming from and what are the issues and what is this that we are advancing. And then we will go further to look at the pillars of international climate change negotiations, looking at the frameworks that are there, their sufficiency, and as well as looking at the law that does exist. And therefore, we'll be looking also at the politics of international climate change negotiation. Where are the gaps? Where are the progress? What we need to tweak to get it right as Africa. That will be part of the discussion. Then, given the fact that there are a lot of international frameworks related to protection of environment, we will also look at the laws, the policies, the framework, the treaties that do exist at the international level and their sufficiency or insufficiency thereof, which is extremely important in that particular level. And then do a bit more political analysis of climate change. You might be thinking that whatever we are talking about has no economic angle, but there is serious economic, social, political angling to it that needs to be brought to the fore if we are going to bring the change that we are looking for. So we will again look at those particular elements moving forward. We will also go deeper into questions of climate finance, because climate finance is part of the broad conversations at the global level, looking at how that is working out. And for those who have been following climate conversation, you must have heard about green jobs, which again will look at, is climate change providing employment? What if it's providing employment of what nature? Where are the opportunities? But what is the loss in terms of opportunities for employment? And how do you balance this out, even as you begin to connect the links that exist between the policy, the practice around providing employment opportunities, and how climate finance is structured to support communities. So we will try to tie all those particular elements together as we have that conversation. Then globally, and I know you've all heard about the concept of just transition. We'll also spare time to delve deeper into that particular concept to know when we talk about just transition, what do we mean? And what is the implication of just transition within the context of Africa? And what again does it imply in terms of financial architecture globally, and the manner in which resources are also applied within the context of Africa? So there will be conversations in that regard in reference to that particular module. And then the gender issues, which are very critical. Once we are done with that packed session, packed module, because it's a packed module, we'll move to module 4, which is the last module, slightly less packed, but we begin to now own our skills, particularly around advocacy, being able to clearly pull out the issues that are pertinent for our engagement in advocacy processes, being able to conceptualize issues to do with environmentalism, climate justice, alliance building processes in pursuit of climate justice and environmental justice, and being able to see what is the work that we can do locally within our context to drive these particular processes across in all the areas. And then we will begin to see how do we nurture movements from below? What are the skills that we need to build formidable movements that can actually drive the transformations that we are looking for? There will be additional capacity building sessions focusing on strengthening our advocacy skills. I usually call them broadly campaigning skills. And it will be heavily focusing more on the tactics, the approaches that will be applied. There were questions yesterday related to faith community. Again, this will be brought to the fore in this particular session, as well as dealing with intergenerational issues in context of climate justice. So that will be the broad pathway that we'll walk through in this particular process. I felt like it's important to provide that overall roadmap for all of us to be at the same wavelength as we start the process. Listening through those 4 modules and the contents within those 4 modules, which I've just given a snap overview, you will find that it goes deeper to address the issues that you raised yesterday. But beyond addressing those particular issues, it also provides a rich ecosystem for us to technically canvass the issues that are before us. Secondly, to level knowledge amongst ourselves. And thirdly, to get deeper into the right political framing for climate change issues and climate justice conversations within this particular continent. So you can actually see it is cutting across that particular spectrum, but we'll come to the objectives of this process soon. My responsibility today is not to present. My responsibility is to moderate the sessions for today, and I will be with you until closer to lunch hour, when Professor Stachin takes over from me to continue providing additional stewardship. So that is the role that I'm assigned specifically today. And therefore, to set the stage in terms of conceptualizing and understanding climate justice issues, I will be inviting Eugene to take up the space to set the stage and set the tone in terms of the emerging conceptualization of climate justice within the context that Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance is working, and to put us in the spirit of the discussions in a much more politically framed manner. Eugene, take the floor.
Good morning, Philip. Good morning, everyone. I hope we've rested, and those who traveled in up to late yesterday are fully rested. So the marathon is starting this morning. So I'm guessing that for most of us, the concept of climate justice is new. So what we'll be doing this morning will be to introduce you briefly to the concept, because I think in a later module, we will have a more in-depth look at the concept of climate justice. But it's good that as we start, especially since the focus of this summer school is on climate justice, is to understand what it is, but also would want to look at it through an African lens, because the concept of climate justice could be understood differently based on where you are on the continent and what the priority issues for you are. Now, before I start, so that we understand some of the things that I'm going to say, I am a climate policy analyst, and I focus on how climate change affects development outcomes. At PACJA, I work more specifically on energy access and just transition. And so this background is going to inform, to some extent, the issues I'm going to share with you this morning. But if there are other perspectives in the room, which I guess we should have, during the discussions, we should be able to bring those out. Now, before we go even any further, again, since this is the very first presentation of the summer school, and since I'm guessing most of us are unfamiliar with PACJA, allow me spend a few minutes to tell you about the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, all right? The first thing is that, as the name suggests, PACJA is an alliance or a collection. But a collection of what? A collection of organizations. We have a membership of more than 1,000 organizations across 50-something African countries. These could be community-based organizations, as you would discover, faith-based organizations, grassroots movements, NGOs, research institutions, even some academic institutions are members of PACJA. So 1,000 organizations. So when you think about PACJA, think of it as this broad network of organizations spread across the continent that are working to advance policies, resources, and actions that meet citizens' needs around climate change. So principally, we're advancing a climate justice agenda by mobilizing people, by bringing together resources, and to ensure that all the actions around climate change meet the needs of African people. As far as we are concerned, climate action must enhance the conditions of living for people. Any climate action that proves detrimental to the living conditions of African people is not welcome. Our vision is that of a global environment free from the threat of climate change with sustainable development, equity, and justice for all. So at the end of the day, if we do our job well, that's the kind of world we should be living in. And so to be able to achieve that, we develop and promote, again, pro-poor. So you can already see our drift from the wordings of our mission. Pro-poor, and that is very deliberate, because what we find is that the discussions, especially at the global level, tend to focus on comforting the rich. If you have followed the climate change negotiations, each time there's a trade-off in the issues, it's to accommodate the rich. The United States, for example, won't join the process until the ambition is weakened enough to be acceptable to the American people. And so we try to create a balance to that thrust from rich countries by also placing the agenda that responds to the needs of the poor at the heart of the negotiations. And 80% of the time when we are mentioning the poor, we're talking about people in sub-Saharan Africa, which is now where global poverty is concentrated. We also want to develop positions that are equity-based. So there is no question of compromising the livelihoods of other people in the pursuit of climate action. And also we want to position positions that are relevant for Africa in the international climate change dialogue and related processes. So we focus on a number of issues. One, we try to influence policies. We get involved in movement building or public engagement and mobilization. We hold governments accountable. So if the governments have made commitments, we ensure that they respect those commitments. Or if they fail to make the commitments that are necessary to address climate change, we ensure that they take those commitments. We undertake research, knowledge development, and communication, because unless we are properly informed, our actions and policies are likely going to be misplaced. And of course, we try to build strong institutions, both as an alliance, but also the institutions that we work with. And to be able to do this, we've developed a wide range of partnerships. Here are just a few. And we're continually grateful to the Sweden International Development Agency that's sponsoring the summer school and all of the other partners that support the work that we do. Now, that said, let's get into the subject matter for this morning. How much time? I think we have 1 hour, so I'm going to go slowly. I normally speak very fast. I'm deliberately slowing down for the interpreters. But if time is against us, I'm going to be forced to speed up so that we can cover everything we have this morning. So let's begin by looking at justice and climate change. Now, later today, I'm sure, if we don't already know what climate change is, the presentations that will follow me would explain what climate change is. So I'm not going to spend time on that. But let's see why we think that there should be a justice concern when we are talking about climate change. Our starting point here should be that justice is actually at the core of one of the core principles of the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Now, for those who are not familiar with this document, the convention is kind of the international law, legal instrument that kinds of provides, as it's called, a framework for global engagements to find solutions to climate change. And each time you hear the expression climate action, we are referring to all of those things that we need to do to address the climate crisis. Now, I'm going to be using climate change and climate crisis interchangeably, but I'm sure by the end of today you will know why those two expressions are used and in what context they're used. So, the convention says that the parties should protect the climate system for the benefit of present and future generations of humankind on the basis of equity and in accordance with their common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. We're going to see what that means shortly, but for now, this is one of the core principles of the international instruments to address climate change. Number one, that whatever we do to address climate change should be equitable. The idea of equity is that actions should respond to each person's needs rather than to have actions that are global in nature and could affect some people adversely. Again, if I have to build a dam as a climate adaptation action, I should not make life more difficult for people who rely on the river on which I'm trying to build a dam. That's an idea of equity. But usually, in climate justice discussions, this equity is between rich and poor countries, and we're going to get into that shortly. Okay? Now, the idea of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities stems from the fact that we are not all the same as far as climate change is concerned. On the one hand, we have people who have benefited from polluting the earth. So, they haven't only polluted, but they have benefited from doing so. So there are two dimensions to that. One is that they have been reckless in the use of resources and have put us in the situation we find ourselves. But in the process of doing so, they have amassed enormous wealth. Number two is that there are people who haven't polluted, haven't benefited, but because they haven't polluted and benefited, their capacities are weaker, they are poorer, and therefore they are vulnerable, more vulnerable than the rich. So, This is the world in which we live in as far as the climate crisis is concerned. You have, on the one hand, rich industrialized countries that are responsible for all of the pollution, but have enough resources and capacities to address climate change because of the very fact that they have been polluting. You see how tricky that is. And as far as I'm concerned, this is the central climate justice argument. As you engage with these processes, you would find people who would want to undermine this argument. But the truth is, and this is fact, this is not a question of opinion, this is not a question of ideology, this is the fact. There is a clear correlation between industrialization, pollution, and pollution. Now, this is a fact to back it. 80% of greenhouse gases are produced by the countries that control 80% of global GDP. So, there is a clear relationship between the capacity to pollute and the capacity to develop. And the reason is because our development is made possible essentially by the use of fossil fuels, the use of machinery, the use of engineering. And because of that, if you look at the world map, those countries that have strong industrial capital are at the same time those who are responsible for climate change. So there's one, I'm trying to break down common but differentiated responsibility. One, there is the idea that as planetary beings, we all have a duty to address the problem. So there's a common responsibility. We cannot sit in Africa and claim that because we did not cause the problem, we shouldn't do anything. But that responsibility, while it's common, it's also differentiated in that those who are more responsible for the problem should do more of the work. A lot of the people who are going to speak after me would especially when we start discussing climate finance, you will hear them repeatedly saying rich countries should pay for climate action. And it's the basis for that is this principle. Why are we asking rich? Each time we have the conversation, people are saying, but what are our governments doing? We're saying, look, this is really not about what are our governments doing. It's about the global responsibilities for climate change action. Okay? And of course, there's the other idea that if you have more resources, you have to do more. Especially if we suspect that those resources are there because you have polluted. Now, the next few slides would say the same things, but I'm going to try to break them down again further so that we understand. Let's think of climate justice as number one, addressing I'm trying to define. I'm going to come back to the argument, but let me follow what's on my slide. There are two major premises, again, in my view, of understanding climate justice. Two major basic arguments. The first one is that to address climate change, we need to do at least three things. My slide says two, because it's old, all right? But now we know it's three things. Now, if we had the lecture on what climate change is, we should have been told that climate change is occurring because we are putting more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere than the atmosphere can hold. Now, this is how, let's take just the carbon dioxide. We all know each time they're talking about climate change are talking about carbon emissions. So let's just isolate carbon from all of the other greenhouse gases. And this is how it works. We generate, or the surface of the earth or the planet generates carbon all of the time, with or without human beings. This carbon goes into the atmosphere. It's removed from the atmosphere. It goes back into the vegetation, into the oceans, into the subsoil, and the cycle continues. All right? This cycle, which is sometimes referred to as the carbon cycle, is necessary to keep life on Earth going. It's a very useful process. What's happened is that human action has accelerated the amount of carbon that is going into the atmosphere, so that we have more carbon going into the atmosphere than it's being removed from the atmosphere. And so we have a higher concentration of carbon in the atmosphere. Now, when you have carbon and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, what they do is that they trap the heat that's leaving the surface of the earth. And so, if you increase that, the earth gets warmer. And so we talk about global warming. So if global warming is at the heart of climate change, which has now created the climate crisis, one way of dealing with the problem is to reduce the amount of those carbon emissions and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Does that make sense? It does. This is what is referred to as mitigation. Any actions that we do to reduce the bulk of greenhouse gases that are already in the atmosphere that are causing global warming. We could do that by reducing emissions, number one, so cut back on fossil fuels, live more sustainable lives. Whatever we do that reduces the amount of greenhouse gases we are putting in the atmosphere. Or we can do that by removing what is already in the atmosphere. Plant more trees, forests, we hear, would suck up some of the carbon in the atmosphere, but now increasingly we are also hearing that we can use technology, carbon capture technology, to remove. But whatever we do, the goal is to reduce the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. That is mitigation. Now, adaptation is something else. Adaptation says, even if we're doing that, we already have floods. We are going to have floods. We are going to have droughts. We are going to have extreme weather events. Whatever we do, we are not going to escape some impact. So there's some impact we have to live with. So adaptation addresses impact. Mitigation addresses the cause of climate change, which is enhanced greenhouse gas effect, or let me not use those terms, which is an increased amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Adaptation addresses the problems that climate change is already causing for us, helping us to live with floods. So, an adaptation action in a place that is frequently flooded could be, for example, to improve the drainage system. All right? Or in agriculture, for example, where because the rains are not coming when they should come, farmers are unable to continue planting, could be to introduce new seed varieties that are adapted to the new climatic regime that a territory is experiencing. That will be an adaptation action. You are living with the consequences of climate change. Mitigation addresses the cause, adaptation addresses the impact. But there is a third thing I said, which is loss and damage. What we are saying is, even if we mitigate, even if we adapt, people are going to lose things because of climate change. When a flood destroys your house, somebody has to give you a new house. When a flood destroys your crop, if we take the cyclones that hit parts of Southern Africa, Mozambique, Malawi, and parts of Zimbabwe a couple of years ago, entire communities were washed away. Livelihoods, people died, The first two climate action groups that we have described do not account for these losses. And that is why you will hear increasingly, especially within the PACJA advocacy, a focus on loss and damage, that we also have to take into account the losses that are arising because people are losing their property, their livelihoods, and their lives. Now, loss and damage is a legal term, but it's better to understand it as somebody has to take responsibility for my house that is destroyed by a flood. And the logic is the same. And we're going to see why we think rich countries should pay shortly. So, climate action requires three things: mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage actions. What this does is it raises, the first question that it raises is who should pay? Because it's costly. Who should pay? That's the first question that climate justice raises. Whose responsibility is it to reduce emissions, to help people adapt, and to pay for loss and damage? Who thinks? Who can guess? Who in the room can tell us? Who should pay? Who should pay? The state? Whose state? Raise your hand so that I'm sure we are talking in a more. Let me go back to the first person who spoke. Who should pay for? Who should provide the money for adaptation? If, for example, your community, you're being asked to plant more trees as a way of helping everyone on earth, all right? Address the climate situation and perhaps bring it back to normal. Who should provide the resources for that exercise?
The states, who I said the government should provide the resources, and also the companies, that's the oil companies or the companies that are affecting those communities.
Why should the oil companies, for example, pay for?
Because first of all, they are the ones doing the gas flaring or the breaking of the limestone in those communities. They are the ones actually bringing about the climate crisis in those communities. So all
right, let's hold that thought. We're going to come back to what you have just said, all right? I want to give the opportunity to someone else. I'll come here, I'll go there, and I'll go there. I may not take everyone. There are going to be a lot of questions, believe me. This way, no, here.
Morning. I believe...
Remind us what your name is so that we didn't have an opportunity for self-introductions. I remember.
I'm Sabrina from Kenyatta University School of Law. So I believe there's something called polluter pays principle, which is provided under Stockholm and Stockholm Declaration. So it actually states that whoever pollutes the environment and whoever subjects the environment to like harsh climatic conditions like emission of greenhouse gases should pay. For example, if the state is actually responsible for emission of greenhouse gases, and maybe the entities and organizations.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Now I'm going to stay with you briefly.
Thank you.
These are the facts. Africa is only responsible for 4% of greenhouse gases. The industrialized countries are responsible for the remaining 96%. Who, in your view, in this scenario, should pay for climate action?
Pardon, please. I'm lost somewhere.
So Africa is only producing 4% of greenhouse gases that are responsible for climate change. The rest of it is coming, or the majority of the rest is coming from the north, from industrialized countries. Who, in your view, in this scenario, should be responsible financially for addressing climate change? Maybe not exactly you. Someone else wants to tell us based on what she has said. I'm going to come back to the people who had their hands up. I
I
just want to
relate on
follow up
something?
on this. Can you pass the microphone here? Don't worry, I'm trying to make it participatory. I know you know the answer. Yes.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Je vais parler en français. Comment?
All right. Let's say that's an icebreaker, right? Everyone is suddenly going under their table, and
Bon, je suis Bonkongo Farida du Burkina Faso. Déjà, d'après moi, avec les conventions que nous avons, les accords de Paris, plus l'industrie pollue, plus en fait, il doit faire une sorte d'investissement par rapport à ce qu'il a fait. Du coup, on va plus se baser sur les pays qui ont un taux élevé en pollution. C'est eux, en fait, ils doivent beaucoup plus miser et subventionner les dégâts qu'ils ont causés.
thank you. Who else has a different view on that question? Not on something else, on that specific question. We've had so many women, I think the men are going to riot at some point. So let's give a man. I'm trying to stay as close to the front as possible for now so that we can move quickly. Don't worry, I see all the hands. I know people want to say something, and that's good.
Good morning, I'm Konrad Muisa. So basically, for me, it's an issue of looking at the developed world and the developing countries. So Africa is considered as one of the continents that have most of the countries as developing countries. And then we have the developed world, which is basically the northern part, which has caused a lot of pollution from their industrialization. So the developed world is responsible for this, and we are the ones who have to get those resources to contribute to the mitigation.
So we're going to move on. So it seems that the conclusion from what we're hearing, and based on what she said, is the simple principle is that those who caused the problem should take responsibility in fixing it. That's the starting point. Those who have caused the problem should fix it. There's another way that we put it, which is a little more humorous, that you cannot set my house on fire and sell me the extinguisher. You have to take responsibility for putting out the fire, okay? And that is the basic argument for our climate justice advocacy. The industrialized countries, whom, as I have demonstrated, are responsible for the majority of greenhouse gases and therefore responsible more than anyone else for climate change, need to take responsibility in paying. Everything ends up with climate finance, you will find out very shortly, for climate action. So, our governments require that even if our governments are going to do the investment, that money comes from the West. If you look at all of the climate action plans that our governments have, the majority of them is based on resources coming from the North. All right? The majority of them is based when I say the North, do we understand what we mean by North-South? The North is developed countries, the South generally is developing countries, and also very poor countries. So that's the first premise. Number one, addressing the. Number two, central argument for climate justice is that climate change can have disproportionate social, economic, public health, I'm just naming a few, and other adverse impacts on underprivileged populations. Climate change thus creates injustice whereby those least responsible for the crisis suffer the greatest harm. In Africa, the frontline communities, as we call them, are people whose carbon footprint, again, when we talk about carbon footprint, we're just saying that if each time you produce carbon, it's represented as a footprint. Some people will have bigger footprints and some would have smaller footprint based on how much carbon they're emitting. They have the lowest, yet they suffer the most. That's not fair, except I'm living in a different world. That cannot be fair. That there is a problem that has been caused by someone else, but I suffer more from that problem because I'm in a weak position. And I'm in that weak position because of the inequitable distribution of global wealth. It's kind of a double jeopardy situation. The legal people are going to lynch me. I'm sure I just used double jeopardy wrongly. But it's kind of a double barrel impact on me as a community. I don't pollute, yet I suffer more. So climate justice also seeks to address those injustices, whereby those who are least responsible for climate change, those who are least capable to address climate change are often the most affected. And this is where the climate justice discussion comes to our national discussions. So the first one that I discuss, think of it as the international climate justice argument. But also remember that even within our countries, there is also a climate injustice taking place. Because even within our own territories, I'll give you an example, how the rich and the poor within countries experience climate change. So we all live in the same neighborhood, except that I'm living in a makeshift house and you are living in a concrete mansion. But we live in the same neighborhood. So we experience the same floods. The difference is that you're going to wake up and still have a house, and the next person will wake up without a house because the floods will wash away their makeshift structures. You see the difference? There is an injustice that's occurring there. And climate justice also requires that we fix that injustice. So we're going to come back to those, have a more conceptual understanding of how we do it. So the first one is that of distributive justice. What we have been describing is referred to as distributive justice. It's the distribution of responsibilities and benefits for climate action. And distributive justice approaches look at who should bear the duty of addressing climate change. And we've had an answer that those who pollute more should do more, all right? But who should benefit? We've also had an answer. Those who are least capable should benefit. Are you seeing the difference? The responsibility to act is upon rich nations, and the benefits of actions should primarily targeting vulnerable communities. Does that make sense? So we distribute responsibilities differently and we distribute benefits differently, almost opposite. The idea is that rich countries are responsible for climate action of poor countries. Okay? So don't blame your governments so much for always asking Western countries to provide money to address climate change. There is retributive action, which is those who have caused climate change should lead in fixing the problem. So retribution is simply that there's some element of punishment that has to occur for the damage that people have caused. And then there's a procedural justice one, which is that in all of this, rich countries should not make decisions on behalf of poor nations. All right? This is really about participation. And I'm sure at some point when Philip will be talking, you will find him referring a lot to the African People's Cup. We want the voices of the grassroots to be heard. It's because without that, the kinds of climate actions that are needed to address the problems of frontline communities will be absent. Now, let me spend I remember that we had a hand there and there. So let's move the microphone over there before we go ahead so that we get out of this smoothly. All right, thank you. Cheers. There was a hand behind. All right. No, have I also said what you... Oh, good. The questions have been answered. Perfect. Maybe if we are patient enough, we won't have to ask any questions. But there's still a hand.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Moi, c'est Jado. Kourouziza, je viens du Burundi. La question en ce qui concerne le changement climatique, c'est nous-mêmes qui vont payer parce que c'est nous, la jeunesse d'aujourd'hui et le futur de demain. Donc, essayons de faire des activités de la protection de l'environnement et du changement climatique dans nos pays. Et ça, c'est la meilleure solution. C'est pas le gouvernement ou c'est pas les bailleurs de fonds ou c'est pas les... Non, c'est nous-mêmes la jeunesse, c'est nous-mêmes qui vont payer cher. Mais si on essaie de faire beaucoup des activités de la protection de l'environnement et à ce qui concerne le changement climatique, nous aurons futur meilleur. Donc, nous allons vivre dans la meilleure vie puisque nous avons encore beaucoup des années à vivre. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. I'm not listening to the interpretation, so I'm not sure how what he has said has been interpreted, but this is what I'm getting from what he's saying. Now, he's using the expression, we will pay more, to mean we will suffer more, okay? I'm sure the interpreters got that right. So there are two things he's saying, that as young people, we're going to pay more, payer plus cher. The impact on us is going to be higher. It's not saying we are responsible for climate action. But he also says and argues that because we are going to suffer more, we need to also act more. So there are two things he said. J'ai bien compris, n'est-ce pas? Très bien. And this is a sideline conversation. So what is at the heart of our conversation is the distribution of responsibilities. But remember that we said that principle that is in the UNFCCC is that of common. The common there says that everyone has to do something. That is the first layer of actions. But there's a second part, which is, in my view, the most significant part for a climate justice discussion is that those responsibilities are differentiated. They are not the same. There are some people who have more responsibilities to act than others. And that's the argument we have been making, that rich countries pay more than poor countries. Or rich countries take leadership, even if it doesn't mean paying more, by providing the solutions. And when we are talking about this, remember that we are talking in terms of cutting emissions. So rich countries have to cut more emissions. We're talking in terms of providing the technology. Rich countries have to provide most of the technology we need. We're talking about adaptation. Rich countries have to provide the resources to adapt. We're talking about loss and damage. Rich countries have to provide the money to pay for loss and damage because of the principle she mentioned. Polluter pays. You've spoiled the soup, you fix the soup. It's a simple, but you will find out that it's simple, but in negotiations, there are a lot of political and economic interest and other arguments that make that simple principle very difficult to enforce. I will see that, I'm sure, by the time we leave here. All right. Yes, we'll have to go quickly before we are thrown out of here. Let me check this, this, and this. The three. No, let me take 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask, so where is the justice then? If you are saying the developed countries are supposed to be paying for the mitigation and adaptation, loss and damage actions of the developing nations, if they're giving us the money as loans and we keep drowning in debt?
If?
They keep giving us the money in loans and we keep drowning in debt.
Okay, perfect. There's a response to that. So when you discuss climate finance, I am sure they're going to tell you that we've foreseen that. And that is why the climate finance advocacy insists that climate finance should take the form of grants and not the form of loans. Because one, there are multiple framing, but one of the framings that Africa has tried to put forward is that it's actually a debt. It's a climate debt. When you pay a debt to someone, you don't expect them to pay you back. We are assuming that they have taken up our own opportunity to pollute. So pay us. You polluted more than your fair share. Because now we are being told as Africans to go on a low carbon development pathway, which means in a very moral, ethical consideration, we are being denied the opportunity to develop in the same way that rich countries have developed. So we can consider that the climate finance they're paying us is a debt. Some people may even claim reparations, all right? Brilliant question. Yeah. Oh, the microphone is already there. Share the two of you and go quickly. We only have 15 minutes left and I'm halfway through my slides. I'm only halfway through my slides.
Donc, merci. Et je suis talibé du Sénégal. Et je voulais juste partager l'expérience sénégalaise parce que nous avons découvert au Sénégal du pétrole. Et le gouvernement sénégalais est en train de préparer les jeunes dans les métiers du pétrole, dans l'accueil de ce fameux richesse, entre guillemets, qui est le pétrole. Est-ce que nous allons pouvoir suivre le même modèle de développement des pays du Nord en exploitant ce pétrole-là? Ou qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire par rapport à cette... Maintenant, la deuxième question...
Je prends seulement une question parce qu'on n'a pas assez de temps.
La juste deuxième question...
Non, pas deuxième.
Merci alors.
Je t'en prie. Yes, go ahead. Sorry, I couldn't just let you do another question because we don't have time.
My name's Sylvia Bei Kijangwa from Africa Youth Transformation Tanzania. And my question is, I'm quite new to climate change, so I would like to know, and I'm curious about the climate justice. I want to know, between those arguments of who should pay, those companies, my fellow participant there say that companies that produce those emissions, for example, oil companies, didn't they bring up the argument that they are also helping us with oil? Because we all remember the crisis of oil, it affected our economy. Didn't they come up with the question that they are also helping us in our economy? Why should they pay, but why they are helping us?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Let me respond to the two questions here. The first thing is that we are not saying at all that we have to develop in the same way that rich countries have developed. That's not the point we're making here. The point we are making here is that they have, by developing in that way, created a problem which they have to fix. But we are also saying that in the interest of common responsibilities, as Africans, we cannot repeat those errors. So we need to go down a low carbon pathway. But the central question is, there's costs related to doing that. And again, it goes back to who should provide those resources, primarily those countries. But don't forget that our governments still have a responsibility to their citizens to provide clean jobs, develop their countries, and do all of that. We are not saying that we absolve our governments of their responsibilities, but we say that when it comes to the question of climate finance, the idea is the money should leave industrialized countries to developing countries because of the principles that we have just discussed. The two of them are still on the screens. Now, it's as far as I'm concerned, it's a question of how much the cost of providing benefits. If you're doing something for the good of humanity, and the negative impact of that action is more than the benefits you're providing, you should fix the problem. It's not because you are providing us with services that you're going to destroy the livelihoods of communities. All right? There's also a principle which I'm sure most of us have encountered in different fields of do no harm. The idea being that even in the process of doing good, you cannot be allowed to harm people. And based on that argument, quite literally goes up in flames, the same flames from the petroleum they are producing. I want to move on. Sorry for those who still have their hands up. Let's wrap this. Philip, did we have time for Q&A separate from my presentation? No. I'm trying to negotiate for more time, but it seems it's not going to happen. I'm going to say a few things. These slides will be available. You can read this one. But this slide contains a few conceptualizations of climate justice through an African lens. And it says exactly what we have been saying. Okay. Thank you. We just got 10 more minutes. All right. So if you look at this, all of these people, they're about a collection of up to 6 of them. All of these people are saying the same things we have been saying in different ways. All right? The first one said climate action must be fair, equitable, ecologically just, and responsive to the needs of those most vulnerable in society. That's their own understanding of what climate justice should be. Climate justice means those who are primarily responsible. That's the argument we have been making for climate change. That is, those whose mode of production and consumption has resulted in the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere own up to their mistakes, take deliberate measures to stop such mistakes. Again, saying the same things in different ways. Let me pick one from 6. It says climate justice is achieved when industrialized countries honor their financial commitments and provide sufficient resources to poor countries and communities to enable them build resilience, to adapt, and to cope with challenges brought about by the problem they have nothing to do with. Again, some kind of fairness in this thing. And this is why this climate justice discussion is important for a number of reasons. Number one is that the regions, so these are some, these again are facts. The regions most vulnerable to climate change impacts under all climate scenario, that's Africa. Why climate justice is so important to Africa, that's what we are discussing now. Africa is the region most vulnerable to the climate change impacts under every given scenario. No matter what scenario you take, Africa remains the most vulnerable region of the world. The continent contributes least to global warming. I did say that we only contribute about 4% of greenhouse gas emissions. So for some reason, we should be considered differently as well. Climate change poses systemic risks to Africa, especially its economies, infrastructure, investment, water, food system, public health, agriculture, and livelihoods. The economy of sub-Saharan African countries is highly climate sensitive. For example, rain-fed agriculture is the predominant source of livelihood for millions and millions of people throughout Africa. And this includes crop production as well as livestock production. And 34 out of the 54 African countries are classified as the least developed countries of the world. When you put all of this together, it paints a picture which has been described as Africa's special needs and circumstances. So these are the special circumstances in which Africa finds itself. Because of these circumstances, Africa has special needs. So this is what we have done. We have moved from a general understanding of climate justice, the climate justice argument. We have zoomed in on Africa, and we are now saying that Africa's circumstances are so different that there needs to be special considerations for Africa. And in the advocacy that we lead, which even the Africa group of negotiators lead, talks about Africa's special circumstances, which is in part what I have described. There's a lot more to go to that. Because of these special circumstances, there should be special needs for Africa. We are saying that climate action towards Africa cannot be considered in the same way. Sorry for our friends who are coming from other parts of the global south, but not in the same way as Latin America, for example, or Asia, for example, in part because of these. Okay, Philip is busy on his phone, so we can take a few more time. So, how then do we assert ourselves? The first thing is we understand climate justice, but we as young people and as civil society, we need to take action, right? And we take action through what we refer to as the climate justice movement of the continent. I'm going to skip a lot of slices and say that the role of civil society has been very, very crucial in taking these arguments to the international climate change negotiation spaces. I can remember the demonstrations that we do on the sidelines of the COPs, all of the actions that we do, the petitions that we write, the statements that we produce, the communiques that we issue, all of these actions, the mobilization of people is essentially to push for these equitable climate action outcomes, especially within international climate change negotiations. Because without that, the narrow interests of rich countries are always going to dominate the outcome. We talk about the invasion of spaces and so, and this is really where the young people come in. When we are able to invade those spaces with our climate justice arguments, where we are able to challenge someone who is bringing us an argument that seems plausible, but is in contradiction to the interests of Africa. We have solutions that are in contradiction to the special needs and circumstances of Africa, for example. So allow me to end here. There's still many slides that we have not touched, and I'm sure that when they will be shared, and in the course of the other presentations, some of the questions will be answered. Philip is very intolerant at this time, so allow me to end here. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Eugene, for setting the stage. Indeed, it's important that the stage is set. I'm being branded intolerant, but I'm extremely tolerant. It's just in the spirit of ensuring that we are within the time. But Usefully, Eugene has shared some certain important premises. The reason is why I like Eugene doing it is because when you begin talking about climate justice, sometimes you can easily bite your tongue if you are not clear about what you are communicating about. Easily bite your tongue. But Eugene has clearly told you that there has been an history, decades and centuries of pollution, particularly for the atmosphere, and that those gases, as they accumulate within the atmosphere, have continued to raise temperatures of the earth. And the increasing temperatures of the earth has also resulted in unpredictable outcomes. These unpredictable outcomes have continued to, have started to affect us in form of cyclones, floods, and all that. That is the broad premising that is picking the discussion from. He's equally told you that there are people, particularly rich and developed countries, I'm emphasizing word rich and developed countries, who have polluted the atmosphere. And therefore they are culpable because they are the polluters. They are the ones who are messing the temperatures of the earth and the normal behavior of the earth. And therefore they owe us a duty to fix it. That is what is basically advancing in a very strong way. And therefore, looking at the conversations that are on stage, you still realize that they are still dominated by the same polluters. We've not really been able to enjoy the procedural justice element that are important in terms of our participation and ensuring that our voices are cardinal in this process. And therefore, the Nairobi Summer School is part of the mobilizing and organizing so that we can advance for the procedural justice, ensuring that our participation and our voices are heard. Is emphasized on atmospheric rights because pollution knows no boundaries. Pollution knows boundaries, so it's really emphasized on Africa being able to enjoy its atmospheric rights. And in a situation where we are auctioning our atmospheric rights in terms of foregone development, in terms of being unable to develop use abused, that we can then demand that developed countries take action. I think in defining again climate justice, is important also to broaden it beyond the atmospheric rights, the production of gases, to how again rich countries have also interacted with the ecosystems, the forests, the water sources, the minerals beneath the earth, the land itself, the pollution elements right on the land. So it is important as we begin to canvass the environmental and climate justice question to broaden all the discussion so that we are able to bring into perspectives all these elements. The extractionist behavior is again releasing carbon that is also trapped beneath the earth. And this has been, again, in the spirit of developed countries trying to tap on the resources that are available and pursue their own development pathway. And that is the essence of the conversation that we are going to have here. So I've tried to summarize it, and this presentation is available, but it forms the pillars of our conversations subsequently. I want to check on, there is some 2 slides that I had requested be erected. Are they there? 2, 3 slides? Okay, in case they are not there, we will fix them after the break. We want to cut on the break. We want to cut on the break in the spirit of recovering time and in the spirit of being democratic, to allow questions to come from the floor, but equally to take questions from the online audience that we've not been able to take that far. I know once we come back from the break, we'll be able to take a lot of that, but there are equally other interesting sessions which again continue to build on this. Great, I'm well guided. I think we need to, we will still adjust a bit And in the spirit of adjusting a bit, we will defer the tea a bit for some few minutes. And the reason is why we are deferring the tea a bit is again to get into another interesting conversation. And I know I saw Dr. Thuita, who is around. I want to move the conversation that the stage has been set by Eugene to another level, to begin looking at, in reality, what is the current status of human-induced climate change. Therefore, Dr. Denya will be leading us through a session on foundations of human-induced climate change, and he will also be joined in that particular conversation by Dr. Joseph Kurauka. So, Dr. Denya, if I can see you. He's taking tea. Okay. Sorry? Yes, I was actually guided that tea will delay. That is why I'm really quickly shifting gears to bring Dr. Ndenya, cover some ground before the tea. Is Dr. Ndenya around? Dr. Ndenya, you have the floor. Let me allocate you some 30 minutes, strictly 30 minutes. And after that, 20 minutes. And after that, I'll pause you. 20 minutes, and then we take a break for tea. That is in the spirit of saving time and ensuring that, again, we are up to point. And my apologies for ambushing you. It is, again, in the spirit of ensuring that we flow in a seamless manner. As Dr. Denya comes up, I think our role within this particular conversation is to begin looking at the implications of the current injustices, previous and current injustices to the continent of Africa, and beginning to ask ourselves serious fundamental questions in terms of what has meant us to allow this to go on for so long. It's a fundamental question that we need to reflect on. And then being able again to go back and do a quick introspections on our governments. Because across Africa we have governments that should be accountable and governments that should be responsible. And begin to ask some certain fundamental questions related to, one, how have the governments across Africa internalized the concept of climate justice in their core processes? If you look at the plans for responding to climate change within the continent, the national determined contribution, how has the concept of climate justice been embedded within the processes in all the governments? Can you see it within the national determined contribution, or do you begin to see something that is totally different? Secondly, beginning to ask yourself whether, again, within the implementation of that, you can actually see issues, needs of vulnerable segments who are suffering as a result of climate injustices being taken on board in those plans. And then thirdly, which is very critical and related to procedural justice issue, how have our governments allowed for inclusion of voices and inclusion of issues that matter, particularly taking into account loss and damage. Loss and damage is so critical because loss and damage is actually what we call the adaptation gap. You've cut on the emissions that are available up to a point where you cannot cut further. You have adapted, you have supported communities to adapt, but they are still being impacted by outcomes of climate-triggered crisis. It is what we call the adaptation gap. How is government, or how are governments responding to this? And therefore, the whole spirit of inclusion and participation becomes quite important in the entire discourse. So it is indeed important to begin doing serious introspection in that regard. Daktari, The floor is yours. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for, I was prepared. I knew that most likely you'll catch me before the time. And I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to be here today. And I'm going to talk on something slightly different from what Eugene and our colleague from Party are talking about. It's not about justice, but it's about the foundation of where we are here. Taking so long. I can also put on there. Yeah? It's just there. Maybe also actually on my internet, which I can actually do. On my internet. I can use mine. Just make sure you have enough balance to be Galaxy. It's going to work. Should we be? So who process it? I think yes. Able to project it from the other end. Not putting my phone up. Disturbance. Okay. And the meeting. So it's coming.
Let's allow Daktari some few minutes, just some few minutes. Yeah.
So like at times technology is always a challenge. When it works, things becomes easier. If you let me in, that will be fine. Thank you, and sorry about that. I said I'll be talking about something slightly different from what Eugene and Kilons were talking about. I'll be talking about the foundation. Where do we come from? Why are we here? How did we get here? And where do we go from here? What does the future look like? Is there a likely solution? And you're doing this with my colleague from KU, Dr. Kulauka, who will be joining me shortly. He's handling some administrative issues. And three important things that we need to look at when you think about foundation. Where did we start? Where are we? And how do we handle the situation we are in? So we talk about what is climate? And then how did we get into the warming scenario? And when you think about that, then there are questions that maybe we need to ask ourselves. Yesterday, when we had a session here, we asked how many people have done environmental studies, how many people have done climate studies, and I could see there were engineers. Is the engineer still allowed with us? Where is the engineer? Very nice to see you. The last 2 semesters I've been teaching engineers. It's quite interesting to see the transformation. Now, what's the difference between weather and climate, engineer? The difference between weather and climate.
Hi, I'm Adham from Egypt. By the way, I'm an environmental engineer, so my field actually is environment. It's a new field in Egypt in Zuwayl University, so I'm already with the environment. Okay. The difference between weather and climate is a long-term effect. It's on the long run, and it talks about like whole eras, like whole like decades. But weather, it's like the daily weather. Just like seeing the broadcast for today, for tomorrow, for the next week. But climate is dominant and predominant climate for this region, like the climate for North Africa or East Africa and this kind of stuff. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. I
Thank
can
you.
see you're already converted.
Sorry?
You're already a converted one. You're part of us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
I think there was another hand there. Is that also another engineer? Okay, but you wanted to give us an answer. I think that's good.
Thank you. It's more or less the same as he has said. Weather is the current state of the environment. For example, we can see the weather is cloudy today, but climate is a pattern over time. When has it been raining? When has it been shining? When has it been dry? When has it been wet? So it takes a while to develop a pattern which we call climate, and then weather is as presently being experienced or seen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's important to differentiate the two. Often when we talk about weather, we're talking about parameters that we have measured over a long period of time, so that we know what are the average temperature, what is the average humidity, what are the wind parameters in a particular scenario. And that is what you tell us that this is the particular weather. If you go to Ghana, you'll find different ecoclimatic zones depending on what has measured. And which means that data is important and extremely important. And for the next generation of decision makers, then as Africans, then we must pay attention to that data. We must think about how do we tell our story with the data. And that's why we need to differentiate between these weather parameters. Now, when we think about weather and climate change, the global weight system is very important because the global weight system is what distributes the heat from the sun to the global system. It is what distributes the pollutants from one part of the hemisphere to the next one. And that's why we need to think about and see, do we understand exactly how the world operates? Do we understand how the heat is distributed from the equator to the polar regions? And from the polar regions, how does that water and the air mix? So that is important, and for that, I have a small video here, let me see. Okay. I'll do it from my end. I think they are quite. It's just a small video to say what are those, how does the circulation take place, and how does the water, how does the air from the central region mix with those from the temperate region. Because it's important that we understand when we talk about the wind that brings the rain. In East Africa, we talk about the trade wind that picks moisture from the Indian Ocean and bring it to the interior. But when it comes to the interior, then a lot of parameters will affect that wind system. Put it away. Okay, thank you.
The Earth's climate system is driven by two things.
Okay, we're talking about the, okay, so.
The Earth's climate system is driven by two things: the way energy from the sun moves in and out of the atmosphere, and the way heat moves around the atmosphere and the oceans. Energy from the sun is the main driver for our climate system. When the energy from the sun reaches the atmosphere, some is absorbed and some is reflected, mainly from clouds. Most of the remaining energy heats the Earth's surface, although again a tiny fraction is reflected. The Earth's surface then loses its heat again through rising air currents, radiation, and the evaporation of water. Some of this heat passes straight through the atmosphere and back to space, but some is absorbed by greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, water vapour, methane, and ozone. Most of the air, nitrogen and oxygen, doesn't do this. The atmosphere re-emits the absorbed heat. Some escapes to space, but some heats the Earth's surface again. Eventually, all the heat escapes into space, but not before the temperature of the Earth has been raised enough to allow us to survive. If the greenhouse gases didn't absorb and re-emit heat, we wouldn't be able to live on Earth. If nothing else happened in the Earth's climate system, weather and climate wouldn't change across the globe. However, the sun's energy is distributed unevenly across the globe. Because the Earth tilts, the sun's intensity changes at different latitudes and in different seasons. Generally, there is more heat near the equator than there is at the poles. In this example, the variation is shown during the northern hemisphere winter. To balance this inequality, the climate system moves heat from the equator to the poles through the atmosphere and the oceans. In the tropics, near the equator, thunderclouds develop, forcing warm air to rise and then drift towards the poles at high levels. Cooler air flows in the opposite direction at the Earth's surface, setting up cells. Similar cells develop in other areas as you move towards the poles. At the boundaries between these cells, air is either rising from the Earth's surface or falling down towards it. Where the air is rising, you will get low pressure, often with rain or snow. Where it's coming down, you will get high pressure and fine weather. That's how heat is moved around the atmosphere. Now let's see how it moves around the oceans. Changes in sea temperatures and saltiness create ocean currents. For example, the Gulf Stream is one of the strongest currents in the world. Surface water in the North Atlantic is cooled by winds from the Arctic. Cold, dense, salty water sinks and travels towards the equator deep in the ocean. In turn, the Gulf Stream moves warm water from the Gulf of Mexico northeastwards at the surface to replace it. This brings warmth to northwest Europe, making the climate milder than any other place at the same latitude. It is these interactions between the sun's energy and how the atmosphere and the oceans move heat around the Earth which produce different climates in different parts of the world and set up variations in our day-to-day weather. A warming world caused by increases in greenhouse gases could upset the delicate balance of our climate system and have an impact on our longer-term climate.
So that's how the global system operates in terms of interaction. But then when you think about the fundamentals climate aspect that we need to think about, one of them is the atmosphere. Because this is the gaseous system that surrounds our space. And that gaseous system is what has changed over time because of what we put into it and what is not able to go out of it. Is able to trap heat, is able to hold energy, and that is what changes our sphere. And we must think about how do we manage that. And that's part of the governance of the global system. Then we have other aspects like snow. The cryosphere is very, very important because part of that will reflect the sun energy. Remember that we cannot survive on this planet without the sun. So part of that will be reflected back by the snow and the ice. But then when that changes, like it's been changing, what does that do to our environment? Something will change because whatever is being reflected back is not reflected back. And then we have the land surface. Is it covered by vegetation? Is it stony? Is it high-lying? Is it low-lying? That is very important in terms of influencing our climate. And that's why we normally have the leeward side and the windward side. Some areas are drier, some areas are wetter. And they have been naturally being like that. And then we have the biosphere, the ecosystem that surrounds us. And this is the area where we interact with a lot of activities. A lot of our intervention will take place here. When we talk about tree planting, we do it in the biosphere. How do we make the ecosystem to function? Because planting trees is important, but have we made it to function? So those are the things that are important to think about when you think about climate system. And then the ocean. The oceans are very important because remember, the weight system flows because of the changes in temperature in the weight system, in the water. The water would absorb a lot of energy from the sun, and that is what will trigger the weight system globally. So the oceans are important part of the climate system. So the atmosphere, the land surface, and the biosphere, The snow and the oceans are very important because they are the one interact the sun energy to give us life. And when that changes, then we find ourselves in a different scenario. And how does that happen? In the atmosphere, we already had carbon. We already had water vapor. We already had other gases like nitrous oxide. But then that is where we add other components that were not supposed to have been there in the greater percentages. And when we do that, then that changes fundamentally our climate system. If you look around, a lot of ice caps and snow caps have disappeared. When that does, what happens? We expose the darker ground beneath the ice and the snow. And what does that do? It doesn't reflect the energy anymore, it actually holds the energy. So we actually raise our temperatures because we have removed the ice caps. And they're happening in the tropics, it is happening in the temperate region. And that means that the temperature will definitely rise because whatever's being reflected back is not reflected back. If you look at the land use changes that are taking place, globally, over 50% of what was vegetated cover has been removed. Deforestation, agriculture. And that means what was supposed to hold carbon is not holding carbon. It's been released and there's nowhere to trap it. And that's why it fundamentally changes our climate system. And then our ecosystem no longer function. Remember that the ecosystem are very important because they're the ones that ensure that the nitrogen supposed to be in the animals is actually held in the organic system. So where it is not held, is actually escaped as nitrous oxide. So the functionality of the biosphere is very important. Planting the trees is very important. But do we make it function so it's able to hold those particular gases? It's not only carbon, but there are many other gases required to be held. And then the water system. Have the services changed in terms of pollution, in terms of vegetation cover because of invasive species, so that the hydrosphere is water service available is no longer available the way it was? How much light is able to penetrate into it because of pollution? So those are the things that are important. So those 5 spheres, once we interfere with them, then the climate system changes fundamentally. And those are things that we need to care. So it's not only about carbon, but you see why carbon has become the center focus for most of the climate system. Now, if you look at the discussion of the greenhouse gases, it is not a yesteryear. It's not 1970. 1970 was very fundamental because that's the time we start thinking about human dimensions and environment. But way back more than a century ago, there were already scientific information that carbon is actually holding more energy, and that would fundamentally change the ecosystem of the world. And very important, this was work that was done by a woman light campaigner. And this is important because that was a time when women were also starting to say that we can contribute. So the women in this house, you need to say, can you congratulate yourselves? Yeah? Can I hear bigger yes? Yes. The Science for Climate Change started with women. Now, how does it happen? I said we live in a gaseous surrounding environment. And from the sun, we get very strong energy in terms of short waves. When that energy hits the Earth's surface, it is reflected back in terms of long waves. Now, what happens is that gases like carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and methane do not allow those long waves to escape from the atmosphere. So it's actually reflected back. So it's a blanket that is lying on top of us. And that blanket is what continuously traps more and more energy. And that's why we need to think about how do we reduce the amount of energy that goes out there. That is the justice I had this particular morning talking about who put the energy up there. They need to help us to actually remove it or help us to actually live with it. Who is putting more methane? Who is putting more nitrous oxide? And where do they come from? Yeah? That discussion is what's important. Now, if you go back to the industrial period, this is something that many of you are about, and that is the genesis where a lot of carbon started going into the atmosphere. You know, we'll talk about industrialization. It was very good because then it started changing the way we live. We're able to conquer the environment. But conquering the environment is where the problem started, because then we started putting more into the air. But as we developed, we also put some other component. We started manufacturing other components that were not there. What is often referred to as the CFCs. And that debate was very high in the 1980s. The CFCs is what you use for air conditioning. We enjoy what you get into our cars, and we're able to change the environment. You know, we're able to transport materials that are perishable. Now, those gases also has an effect of trapping energy. So this was a later addition as we developed. Now, why carbon has become important and why is it at the center of this discussion? It's because it's the most abundant in terms of trapping energy and that produced in large amounts, but all the other gases like methane, nitrous oxide, and the CFC, the fluorinated gases, are also important. And actually, as we go forward, because I guess each one of you must have used refrigerator system at one time or the other, is that their greenhouse potential, the green warming potential is much higher than even carbon dioxide. And this is why climate change becomes a human rights issue. It's very, very central. Because the potential for fluorinated gases is much higher in terms of how much they're able to actually warm the house that we live in. And the same thing with nitrous oxide. And that means then, as we debate, we must be aware that it's not only about carbon, but it's also about looking for innovations that will remove some of these gases that are adding up to an already serious problem. Now, if you look at carbon dioxide, where does it come from? There are natural systems like photokinesis system that will bring about carbon dioxide. It will come from burning the fossil fuel and our farming systems. And, you know, that system is part of our development because we need food, we need transport. But we are not having enough trees to be able to trap the excess energy. And the worst of it is that it will remain with us. You know, it doesn't disappear. The one that we don't hold, it will actually be available even after 100 years. And this is why, even after industrialization, then that still remains a problem because we are producing more than we are sequestrating, than we are holding back into the ecosystem. If you look at methane, we all love milk, we all love beef, and their products. You know, some of us, if you're pastoralists, you'll have to keep them. So methane will normally come from the farming system. It is in small amount in the atmosphere. So we must think about technologies that will actually be able to reduce the amount of methane, because the potential for greenhouse effect is even much higher than carbon dioxide. But the proportions are small. So where the farming is taking place, we need to think about, and that's quite challenging because it's part of our food system. Then we have got nitrogen oxide. Nitrous oxide is a compound of nitrogen. And nitrous oxide is mainly a process of denitrification. So if you're able to hold back nitrogen, then we can reduce the amount of nitrous oxide that is going up into the atmosphere. Now, the more the farming, the more the livestock, the more the farming, the more the fertilizers, the more we put nitrous oxide into the atmosphere, because it's part of the nitrogen cycle. So we need to look at that particular cycle and see how can we stop the process. This is part of the geochemical cycle, the cycling of nutrients. It's very important. But how do we reduce the denitrification process? And there are processes, natural processes, that can reduce the denitrification process. Because the potential for warming for nitrous oxide is quite high, in spite of being a very, very small component. And water vapor. I talked about the hydrosphere. I talked about the importance of it because it absorbs. But the problem comes that when all these activities of deforestation, degrading the industries, raise the temperature, we increase the water vapor. And once we increase the water vapor, we also increase the temperature, because the water vapor holds a lot of heat. So that means if you're able to combine, because water vapor is not a direct human activity, it's a sort of effect of rise of temperature. So when the temperature rises, then the water is able to hold more heat, and that warms, and that also interferes with the global circulation. And that's where the problems start in terms of storms, the cyclones, like what has hit South Africa recently, or what has hit Zimbabwe, and what is most likely to become more intense into the future. So those are things that we need to worry about. We need to work on the other four so that we can actually be able to reduce the effect that is or actually say it's a compounding effect. So if we reduce the others by half, then reduce the potent effect of the cyclones. And you know how destructive the cyclones are. So those are things that we need to think about. Now, the CFCs are important because I say these are the ones that normally used to control our environment so that it's not too hot, it's not too warm, it's not too cold. But the long-term effect of this is quite high. Remember that initially, the CFCs were noticed because of the depletion of the ozone, and ozone is important in terms of protecting the harmful rays. So they were replaced by the HFCs. Now, the warming effect is also higher for HFCs. And so the idea here is to look about innovations. How can we be able to innovate and reduce this? Because remember that you can never be able to fly on the aircraft if the air conditioning system is not there. So it requires part of the development. But how do we ensure that you got the right innovations And this is where the younger generation becomes very important. Innovation, innovating what will enable us to be able to live here. Otherwise, if these 5 gases continue to increase, we'll actually disseminate ourselves from the Earth's surface. And if you look at all the sources, and if you look at potentially where they are in high concentration, agriculture and land use, especially where there's intensive farming, becomes important. Because that's why you have a lot of carbon, methane, and nitrous oxides. The industries, where do we have huge industries? That is where the methane is coming from. Whether you move them from Europe and put them in Asia, the problem still continues. And the fluorinated gases still continues to increase. And the more we manufacture, the more we produce, the more fluorinated gases. Transportation becomes important and is increasing, so it's a major cause. But the industry, agriculture are important and major sources of carbon dioxide, methane, and most of the building also becoming air conditioned. This is particularly very important in Europe because of the changes in weather. But it becomes much hotter in Africa. We'll actually need to also go in that particular direction because of our own existence. So there are those areas that will be important in terms of looking at and seeing who is contributing a lot in terms of the global warming. Now, where do we come from? Where did we come from? If you look at, find that the industrial period is where we started having the trouble, because that's when it started burning coal and oil in large amounts. But later on, we have gone into other production. That's what you can see at the very tip end. And by shifting the amount of, remember that carbon dioxide was already available. But we have gone almost 7 times what was there before the industrial period. And that is what causes the rise in temperature. So it is purely a human activity, and we need to think about how can we be able to control that. And if you look at carbon dioxide and methane and nitrous oxide, the change is quite recent. And that is actually the evidence that tells us we are the ones who have actually done something. Because of 100 years, nothing changed. So someone must have done something to trigger the change in terms of the balance of the global balance of nitrous oxide and carbon dioxide and methane. So the debate should actually be, where did it happen? Who is doing that? And how do you ensure that there's actually equity in terms of how we address the damages that are associated with these particular changes? So because it's telling us that for many years, and these are long-term scientific analysis. And if you look at the global temperatures, is that, there are natural changes that take place globally in terms of changes on temperature, but these are usually very, very small. Our human activities is what is increasing the rate of change of the temperatures that is upsetting the whole ecosystem, causing species to disappear. We have a lot more diseases than we had before because when other biodiverse species disappear, the voiceless one, the one that are not able to congregate, the way we are congregated here, then microorganisms that were hosted by those species will definitely find new hosts, and they will come to us as part of the host. So it actually threatens our healthy system. And you can actually see that the changes are quite recent from the 1920s and much more accelerated in more recent years. And the projection is that, this will change by many more degrees if you don't do anything. And we have to do it fast because we cannot wait. And I liked yesterday the discussion that let's not leave it to those people in the 50s to make the decision for us, because you need to make those decisions early to be able to stop. Because if you look at what happened from the 1920s, the damage has not gone down, it's increasing. So you might ask yourself, by the time you are 50, what will the damage be like? And that is a model you can do, and that is quite scaling thing to look at. Now, there are some things that you can look at and see, is it a natural system? Because as human beings, at times we doubt whether it's actually happening, because you can see the temperatures are being increasing. The sun, the natural system usually have up and a down system. There's what you call solar activities that keep on changing. But essentially, that has not affected temperature. We can soundly be able to place it on human activities. That it is not the solar activities, but it is the activities that we have engineered for our development that has put our wear, the clothes we are wearing, the transportation system we have. And allow me to put a smaller video here.
Back in the 18th century, people started burning coal to power a new invention, steam engines. But here's something curious. Ever since steam engines were widely used, starting in about 1850, the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere began to climb. Today it stands at 392 parts per million. Parts per million is a special measurement scientists use. 392 is way more carbon dioxide than we've had for many thousands of years. And the number continues to rise. So where does the extra carbon dioxide come from? You might say it comes from our success, and steam engines were just the start. It comes from our bustling cities and towns, filled with things like cars, planes, factories, office buildings, homes, computers, TVs, air conditioners, and refrigerators. All those inventions were good, and we've accomplished some amazing things because of them. But they all require one thing: energy. Lots of energy. And it's our thirst for energy that has some unintended consequences for the planet. Where does energy come from? Well, we get most of it from burning things like coal, oil, and natural gas. These are called fossil fuels because they were formed deep in the ground over millions of years by ancient decaying organisms, or fossils. Chances are, most of the things that you do that take energy in a given day are powered by burning coal in a power plant. And of course, you burn gasoline, which comes from oil, when you ride in a car. Meanwhile, many homes and buildings are heated by natural gas. Fossil fuels are full of energy, and they've been useful to us. But there's a problem. Burning them releases carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. In 2009, each person in the United States used enough fossil fuel energy to release an average of 17 tons of carbon dioxide. That's about the equivalent of 4 African elephants. Over time, all of that carbon dioxide really starts to add up. And because of the thickening blanket that causes the greenhouse effect, the more carbon dioxide there is, the higher Earth's average temperature goes. Scientists and the governments of many nations now agree that we're releasing too much carbon dioxide. And to prevent the worst effects of rapid climate change, we're going to have to reduce that 392 parts per million number to about 350. Fortunately, by making good choices now, we can tackle the problem of too much carbon dioxide. And in case you didn't know, you can be part of the solution too.
So we must think about how do we bring down the carbon that are within the atmosphere. And remember that this is part of the innovation, and this is the data we need, because we cannot keep on talking about justice without providing the specific data that you want for justice, because at the end of the day is the evidence. Now, as I move towards finishing, all these compounding effect has provided, very extreme climate aspects that we need to be wary about. And if you look at all those discussions, then there's a lot of data. So we must think about, as the next generation that want to be in the part of the decision making, how much data will you have accumulated to be able to tell your story? Because the story must be told with the intensity and the depth of what it is. If you look at that, this is part of East Africa. You can see the number of droughts and variation in terms of productivity in East Africa. And these extreme events, like the cyclone that happened in East Africa, and part of Mozambique, in this part of Kenya, in terms of flooding, are things that are likely to intensify, because the prediction indicates that the numbers might not change, but the intensities are going to go high. And storms have become a lot more. These are the extreme weather events. Flooding are a lot more frequent and more intensive. And the weather have become, the wetter seasons are shorter and more intense, and this is likely to become much more frequent. And remember, as the temperature rises, we are likely to see more evaporation, so we are likely to see more water disappearing. And that will actually mean that the ecosystem will change. And it's already very clear that, species are moving in terms of ecoclimatic zones. Crops are already moving, So we will have to think about how do we handle that. And these two events of 2021 and 2019 are just some of the events that indicate the extent of the extreme event that happened because of change of sea surface temperatures. Because of change of sea surface temperatures. And just briefly to look at this.
The weather has guided and shaped human activity throughout our history. From agriculture to fishing, the weather has told us when to move and when to be still. But the weather is changing. The science is clear. We have to cut our carbon emissions drastically in the next decade. If we continue business as usual without taking climate action, will irreversibly alter. Extreme heat kills. Prolonged heat waves, a consequence of the climate crisis, are beyond what people can cope with. The same goes for plants and animals. In Africa, average temperatures are rising faster than the global rate.
I have seen how much the climate crisis has affected the people in my community, in my country, and in the African continent. With the rising global temperatures, the African continent faces a risk of changing and disruption of weather patterns, hence bringing about shorter and heavier rainy seasons that cause flooding and longer and hotter dry spells in many parts of the continent.
African countries are expected to become more urban and less climate resilient. The lack of trees in city centers means no shade, increased temperatures, and less capacity to endure floods. Flash floods destroy infrastructure and leave already vulnerable communities more exposed.
In the Sahel, climate change destroys our crops, our homes, but also families who are the victim of forced migrations.
We have already seen locust swarms destroy an entire season's harvest in Eastern Africa. The swarms in Kenya in 2020 are the worst they have been in 70 years. Human-made climate change creates the perfect conditions for more swarms to thrive.
But Africa, it's not only the most impacted continent. It is the continent of millions of citizens determined to stop climate change, to move away from fossil fuels, who will stand up to protect our forests and our biodiversity from industrialized agriculture.
Billionaire classes hoarding the commons and wealth of African countries means fewer resources to go around, which may lead to increases in violence and conflict. We need governments to protect the people they are charged with. We need an immediate, just transition towards renewable energy. We need global change inspired by local action.
The climate crisis is affecting many lives. It is destroying livelihoods. Our leaders must do something about this.
Stand with us. Fight for the future. Fight for all our futures. Call on your government to declare a climate emergency.
So those are some of
The weather has guided and shaped human activity throughout our history. From agriculture to fishing, the weather has told us when to
about this.
Stand with us. Fight for the future.
So these are some of the very extreme events. But then we look at that, then there's something that should be aware about. That we live on the red zone. In the red zone, and I think I had that in the morning, the temperatures will be higher, will be much more affected. And we must be able to tell our story and tell our story in a much deeper and more realistic way. And the only way to tell the story is actually to collect the data and see all these changes in terms of the ocean heat. How do we tell how much is it changing within our environment? And there are things that usually happen within our environment that are very, very common. The hurricanes, the cyclones, the typhoons. And I would like to, clarify that all these refer to one particular system. It depends on what you call bananas in Ghana. What do you call bananas in Ghana? Anybody from Ghana? Yes. What do you call bananas? Guadum. Guadu. And
yes, it's Guadu.
Wales. What? I heard another voice.
It's Guadu.
Marigo? That is
Marigo.
That is where?
Which language? French. Kikuyu.
In Kikuyu in Kenya.
Rabolo in Luo.
In Rabolo in Luo. So the hurricanes, the typhoons on refer. It depends. Does it occur in North Atlantic? That is occur in Northeast Pacific? Does it occur in South Pacific? So we're talking about the same thing. But that particular belt that is led is where the activity should take place in a very, very intensive way. So we cannot just wait and tell that we were displaced. We need to say how many people are displaced and what were the losses? What were the public health losses? What were the infrastructure losses that requires replacement? Because the predictions are that as the earth warms up, the intensity of the storms will actually increase. So we are likely to suffer a lot more, but we need to say to what extent that will suffer. And as I finish, then I'd like to give, illustration. How does that formation takes place? How does the cyclone happen? Because the seas, I say, is a majorly server of the heat that you produce on Earth. And that heat, a lot of waste is trapped in the hydrosphere.
There are three basic stages in the life of a tropical cyclone: its origin or source, the mature stage, and the dissipation stage where it dies out. These occur in a continuous process, not as separate and distinct stages. Each stage may occur more than once during the life cycle as the strength of the cyclone rises and falls. It may reach land, weaken, then go back out to sea where it strengthens once more. The formation of a cyclone depends upon the following conditions coinciding: a large, still and warm ocean area with a surface temperature that exceeds 26.5 degrees Celsius over an extended period. This allows a body of warm air to develop above the ocean's surface. Low-altitude winds are also needed to form a tropical cyclone. As air warms over the ocean, it expands, becomes lighter, and rises. Other local winds blow in to replace the air that has risen, then this air is also warmed and rises. The rising air contains huge amounts of moisture evaporated from the ocean's surface. As it rises, it cools, condensing to form huge clouds about 10 kilometers up in the troposphere. More warm air rushes in and rises, drawn by the draft above. The rising drafts of air carry moisture high into the atmosphere, so that these clouds eventually become very thick and heavy. Condensation then releases the latent heat energy stored in the water vapor, providing the cyclone with more power. This creates a self-sustaining heat cycle. Drawn further upwards by the new release of energy, the clouds can grow to 12 to 15 kilometers high. The force created by the Earth's rotation on a tilted axis, the Coriolis effect, causes rising currents of air to spiral around the center of the tropical cyclone. It is at this stage that the cyclone matures and the eye of the storm is created. As the air rises and cools, some of this dense air descends to form the clear, still eye as the cyclone rages around it. The eye wall, where the wind is strongest, behaves like a whirling cylinder. Cyclones rotate clockwise in the southern hemisphere, anti-clockwise in the northern. The lowest air pressure in a tropical cyclone is always found at the center and is typically 950 millibars or less. The average air pressure at the Earth's surface is about 1010 millibars. Tropical cyclones have significantly lower air pressure than the air that surrounds them. The bigger the pressure difference, the stronger the wind force. One of the lowest air pressures ever recorded was 877 millibars for Typhoon Ida, which hit the Philippines in 1958, where winds reached 300 kilometers an hour. Once formed, the cyclone's movement or track follows a pathway away from its source, driven by global wind circulation. As warm ocean waters feed it heat and moisture, the cyclone continues to enlarge.
Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much. I think Dr. Denya deserves a better clap. Let's do it again. Dr. Denya was running this presentation with Dr. Kurauka. In absentia, let's give Kurauka a clap too. I must say that Dr. Denya has done this presentation in the most simplest, easy to follow, illustrated manner. it is a technical presentation. I must say it's a technical presentation. I think I went through this in 1996 thereabout, and it took me almost a month being taken through those processes, and there were no illustrations, so I was just imagining. We are taking a break. We are not taking questions. We are taking a break. We do our tea within 15 minutes, strictly. Let's stick to 15 minutes because I know there are questions. And the purpose of this school is to learn, and we don't want to let Dr. Venna to go without canvassing those questions with him. But during tea, we can also start canvassing those questions amongst ourselves. Let's take 15 minutes, and when we resume, we'll have the questions and then another set of interesting discussions. Thank you.
Grammarly makes communication at work one click simpler. Whether you're looking for a new job or you love the one you have, Grammarly can help you communicate with confidence. Concise writing means fewer miscommunications. Grammarly can help streamline your message so it reads loud and clear. We can even check the tone of your emails to help you build relationships at that new dream job. Congrats! Grammarly, better writing made one click simpler.
A strong start deserves an even stronger finish. Gear up for an epic climax in the Tusker Nexus Talent Search in Nairobi. You followed our amazing journey through Meru, Nairobi, Kisumu, Eldoret, and Mombasa.
We are actually here to see who the Nexus are gonna be. To make an audition, yo.
It's all about Tusker, it's all about talent. I'm fully prepared, so I hope for nothing but the best.
That takes you higher. I will forever be intertwined with you. The sun never goes down, and time will slow down. Would it be too crazy if we decided to stay forever? Decided to stay forever, forever.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Let's remain seated. Let's settle. Colleagues, let's settle. Those who are standing, please have a seat. We want to proceed quickly, having taken tea break, and noting that we are living on borrowed time. We want to proceed quite quickly to see whether we can recover. And in a situation where we are unable to recover, continue to negotiate in terms of how we should proceed. For the online audience, we must appreciate your presence, your contribution, and remaining steadfast in this training process. Are you able to see me? Anybody who is able to see me, raise your hand. Anybody who is able to see me, raise your hand. Please wave to me if you are able to see me. On this side, if you are able to see me, please wave to me. Hello? Yeah, it's not a marketplace. We need to focus. It's core business because those conversations can continue on outside and in the evening. I think we need to get started, and we will get started in a very interesting manner. We will only take 10 minutes. Hello? There is a lot of loud conversations that are happening bilaterally. Please stop it. Please stop it, because we must focus and we must hear each other. We are going to take only 10 minutes, strictly 10 minutes for questions and any issue that require clarity from Dr. Denya. And during break time, one of our serious partner, Ayele, has offered to also support Denya in responding to some of the questions that might arise. But we are taking only 10 minutes. So don't explain your question, ask your question. Hello? Don't explain your question, ask your question. Can I see by show of hands those people who are willing to raise questions? Can I see by show of hand how the people? We have number 1, you are number 1, you are number 2, you are number 3, number 4, and number 5, number 6 and 7. We close it there. Let's start with number 1. And the questions only. Please stand as you ask your question for purposes of being able to capture your image.
Thank you. My name is Faith Aweko from Uganda, and my question is to Mr. Again. How can we, as young people, yes, please. So how can we, as young people, integrate culture and indigenous knowledge to mitigate climate change as we wait for the finances? Because we find that mostly in Africa, I would say also in Uganda, to be specific, most indigenous people are fading away because of the cultural differences. And we find that back then, I'm sure they had ways of how to mitigate climate change, of which they weren't aware that they are doing that. But how can we as young people be able to tap into that kind of knowledge?
Thank you. Your question is well understood. Number two.
Okay, I'm Kudakwashe from Zimbabwe, and my question is, how does global warming drives climate change?
Thank you for your quick intervention. Number three. Number three was somewhere around here.
Okay, excuse me. My name is Kwadjo. I'm from Côte d'Ivoire. So I ask my question in French. So taking your headphone. Ok, donc la question que je voudrais poser, c'est un peu relative à la présentation du docteur. Et pendant sa présentation, il a parlé du cycle de l'azote. Et il a dit qu'il existe des processus naturels qui permettent de réduire le processus de dénitrification. Bon, dans une perspective d'action conjuguée, alors que nous savons que pour réduire d'un côté le carbone qui est émis dans l'atmosphère, on plante des arbres, comme on a l'habitude de le faire. Mais pour ce qui concerne l'azote, est-ce qu'il existe des moyens physiques ou encore des actions à entreprendre pour réduire donc le processus de dénitrification? Voilà, de manière, des activités humaines qu'on peut entreprendre. Donc, c'est là ma question.
Thank you. That is the most shorter question I've had from French speaking. Thank you. Keep that spirit. We proceed in number four. Number four is somewhere here. Yeah. Number four. Number four was you? Yeah. Number four. Number four. Please, number four.
Okay, thank you. My name is Florida Edgar Raymond from Tanzania. And my question is going to do you have trained journalists on how to do data journalism? Because we know most of the people or most of the story about data, they are not attractive and sexy. So it is difficult for people to get into the data writings and to understand. So have you thought training journalists on data journalism so that they can be able to write stories that will be more of understandable and attractive for the people to understand what is actually going on? Thank you.
Useful intervention. Proceed. Number five was somewhere around there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Muhammad Hassan Sharif. I'm originally from Somalia. I'm representing Somalia. Thank you very much, the lecturer. It was a very nice lecture. I would like to shorten my question regarding to this. We know all that the world is developing. At the same time, the planting system is developing as well. Can we say the GMP, genetically modified plants, can interfere with the climate? If yes, how they can interfere with the plants? Thank you.
Thank you. Number seven.
Thank you. My name is Winnie Shaku, and I'm from Nigeria. In Nigeria, we're trying to promote at least the best practices in agriculture, especially we're trying to promote climate smart farming. But currently, our women who are known for agriculture are doing this sag farming in a small scale. My question now is it possible to do this in a larger scale so that these women can also sell it, not just for domestic use only, but in a larger scale?
Thank you for your question. There was a persistent and very persistent. Pass the microphone here.
My name is Sabrina. My question goes to the one who took us through the introduction to climate justice. So my question goes as follows. Is command and control as one of the means of retributive justice and an action of climate change mitigation mechanism effective in combating climate change? Actually, I read somewhere command and control is about regulating emissions of greenhouse gases, concentrations, especially in countries which have undergone industrialization, like China, Japan, yeah, and so on and so forth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your question. It still falls within the ambit of the presentation that has just been delivered. I want to shift gears quickly and check whether we have questions from the online audience. Afanyu? Afanyu, are there questions from the online audience? Sorry? Yeah, then you can read because I can't see them. Sorry? They will speak directly. Okay, let's allow one comment from the back, one question from the back, and then we allow online audience to take place. Just one from the back.
Bonjour. Je suis
Bonjour, ça va
Sekna
bien.
Keita du Mali. Je vais m'exprimer en français. Ma question est relative à la justice climatique. Est-ce les caractères exclusivement éthiques et moral de la justice climatique n'est-il pas une entrave? Par exemple, quand on parle de la justice, on fait appel au droit. Le droit sans sanction reste vraiment très maigre. Même l'accord de Paris ne prévoit aucune sanction, aucune mesure contraignante. Donc, je voudrais savoir si le caractère éthique et moral de la justice climatique n'est pas une entrave au bon fonctionnement de la justice climatique. Merci.
Thank you. Allow me to pack your question, my brother. Allow me to pack your question to Module 3, because in Module 3, there will be serious conversation around the issues that you are bringing forth in terms of the national, international framework and their space within the discourse of climate justice. So I'll pack your question to that level. Let's go to the online.
And okay, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Please go ahead. Whom am I speaking to?
Okay, my name is Aliyu Sadiq. I'm speaking from Nigeria. I'm a climate change advocate from Nigeria. So my question is, why is our climate justice demand focusing more on securing climate finances for Africa to adapt to the irresponsible emissions of global south? Why are we not focusing also on ensuring that they reduce their emission to the barest minimum? Because if emission continues, climate finance may not really solve the ever-increasing climate problems. Thank you.
Thank you for being succinct. Any other online audience?
Yes, good morning.
Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Kelly Robert Banda, CRP from the coastal region. My question is in terms of, we're looking at climate justice and looking at the climate finance. There is some politics that always plays in when you talk about climate change. What is our role as youth, or what role should the youth play in terms of making sure that that we achieve our goal as a youth in terms of climate finance, in terms of climate justice, when we bring politics into it? Thank you.
Thank you, Banda. One more from online and we close it. Great. I'm being informed that those were the two burning observations from the online audience. And I'll only take one question out of that and then throw the rest to the panelists. And I think the question is, are we focusing more on climate finance at the expense of mitigation? And the answer is no. As Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, we are aware of two clear commitments. The first commitment being around cutting down on emissions. And each of the country indeed have spelled measures that they will put in place to cut down on emission under their nationally determined contributions. And that is what we are pursuing, ensuring that that particular commitment is honored and lived to in principle. Climate finance becomes not only a requirement, but also a moral obligation, because again, these countries have played a critical role in polluting the environment, in polluting our air and our atmosphere and the world. Therefore, they are dutifully responsible. Countries that are suffering from vagaries of climate change have limited capacity and the capability to deal with it in absence of global financing architecture that is structured based on capability. So I want to emphasize that we are not in any way relegating on the commitments around pushing developed countries to cut down on their emission. Indeed, it is at our core. Unfortunately, we are also seeing interesting trends where, again, developed countries are coming back with new exploration projects for unclean sources of energy, and that begins to defeat the purpose. And therefore, even as we go to COP27, it is up to us to begin to see how do we gear up actions and engage strategically in those spaces. So allow me to pass the baton to Dr. Ndenya for responses on the questions that have come up. It seems there were too many, and therefore they have to canvass and consult a lot with Ayele. You can take this stand.
Excuse me, Philip. Philip, we have a hand.
Where is the hand? We can't see the hand from where we are seated, but equal in democracy means sometimes you exclude people to be more aggressive. Can we get that one hand then?
Simpilo.
Yes, Bilo, proceed.
Thank you so much. I hope you can get me.
Proceed.
Yeah, my question, I'm Simpios Yawanta from Zambia. There is also another issue where developing countries are allowing investment in terms of mining. Like, for example, in Zambia, there is a mining that is coming to take place in the lower Zambezi and a protected national park. So what is the role of the government now allowing this mining activity to take place in a national park, instead of taking another approach of addressing environmental challenges? Now coming to this investment means that there will be more pollution that are going to take place and affecting the wildlife in the national park. What is the law of what can we do as youth in order to stop this problem?
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you very much, and thanks for those questions. I know some of them are cross-cutting, so I'll answer some, and my two other colleagues will answer some. There was a question about, how is global warming driving climate change? And it's an important question. Remember that there are also what you call naysayers. People who say there's no climate change, it's a normal process. And it's an important debate because we don't dismiss anyone, because we need to hear all the discussions. And global warming changes climate because when the seas, if I take them for example, would become warmer because of the accumulated greenhouse gases, and we say greenhouse gases are like carbon, nitrous oxide, fluorinated carbon, that changes the amount of humidity in the atmosphere. And that could also trigger high aridity, because when temperatures are high, some places will become drier. And that is essentially how the climate change. So that gradually you see an area where you are growing coffee, you cannot grow coffee anymore. You realize areas where you are seeing some particular bird species, you don't see them anymore. And that tells you that there's something that is actually changing. And if you had time, we could take example from each one of you. What has happened in your neighborhood? What have you stopped seeing for the last 10 years? And that will clearly tell you that there's a slow change that is taking place. I like the question about the integrated culture and indigenous knowledge. Now, one of the biggest challenge, and I'll actually throw this back to you, is that we need to figure out how to transfer this science, both the natural science and the social science, into the local languages. I know there's a lot of innovation taking place. It's possible for me now to read French online because I can use the local online interpretation. How do we interpret this into the Yoruba? How do you interpret this into the Somali? And that is how we'll actually be able to integrate the culture, the knowledge, to be able to address climate change. And it is possible because with innovation, it's possible to find out how can we tell our grandfather, our uncles who didn't go to school, what is climate change and what is global warming in our local language. And I hope before you leave here, you have thought how to actually do that. Is it possible? What is nitrous oxide in Cameroon? That is the challenge, because then we need to see how does our culture, because the people need to understand what is methane in our local language, what is global warming in our local language. But it is possible to actually do it, and especially when you talk to the young generation like you, because then you can connect with the old. And then I'll leave the question of trained journalism to Pakja. I think actually they do that. I've seen them do that very well. And I would like to invite my colleague to answer some questions. Yes. Some of them are cutting into the morning session, and that's why I would like to share them out.
Okay, thank you. To begin with, I would like to congratulate and appreciate Doctor for his wonderful presentation, very comprehensive and to the point. I was thinking of the fact that to have such discussion after giving time for you to digest and internalize the concepts in his presentation. Definitely you will have it, and most of the questions are more or less reflected in his presentation. My point here is that the link between global warming and climate change. I was also expecting in his presentation that he has discussed in a very precise manner about the greenhouse effect. I wonder and imagine the world without this greenhouse effect. This is the interaction between the sun and the different surfaces, the ocean, the green vegetations, and the dry land. So that interaction is very important. Without that interaction, our planet wouldn't be suitable for our survival. We can't even survive in a situation where there is no greenhouse effect. That means the average temperature will go down below 15 degrees centigrade. That is not habitable for a human being. That's why we consider this greenhouse effect is very important. The issue is about concentration of this important gas. We cannot blame carbon dioxide blindly. We need it. That's very important. But the question comes when we have more and more carbon dioxide and other gases. So the more we have the concentration of this, you can imagine a person sleeping on his bed, having a blanket, which is normal. If you have more and more blanket, then the person inside will suffer a lot. That is what's happening in our planet. So the question is, we have to at least minimize the concentration in the atmosphere, and at the same time, we have to make some sort of adaptation to survive in a changing environment. I was interested to talk about this journalist, but Pakja is very passionate on this. But just to pass by, it's already mentioned that it's all about making our information palatable to the target audience. Unless we make it palatable, there is no chance for us to influence public thinking and policy at the end of the day. So that's my quick reflection. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to come back. There was a question about nitrous oxide and how we can be able to manage it. Remember that denitrification will take place because of environmental degradation. Because if the biosphere or the ecosystem are functioning properly, they will use that nitrate, because nitrate is what the plant needs to grow. So when it is not used, then it's actually converted to nitrous oxides. So to control that, we need to make sure that we reduce the level of degradation by planting trees, ensuring that the wetlands are functioning, ensuring that the grasslands are functioning, because we cannot plant trees in all places, but we can ensure that the bushes are functional. That's how we reduce the nitrous oxides. And you still need to find out how we tell our grandparents that. Now, the other one is GMO do not contribute to climate change. GMO are a response to food deficit. And that's why the world goes into innovation to keep you alive. So what you need to find out is how can we make our natural system produce enough food to feed us? And that is the question. So the problem is not the GMO, the problem is the change you have done in the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ael and Dr. Ndenya, for really canvassing some of these questions very politically. I think you've heard the direction you've been provided on GMO. He was not forthright, but he told you that GMO is a response measure that we are putting in place as a result of the destruction that we've done to the ecosystem. And if we can fix the ecosystem, then probably the innovation should be slightly different. And that is what he essentially is saying. Is it burning, my brother? I'm picking them, don't worry. I'm picking the ones that have been left, don't worry. Yeah. So I think we need to start bringing this to a close, but it is important to note that data is very useful, data is very powerful, and data is very important. The manner in which we synthesize the data and how we communicate scientific information is extremely useful. Part of this meeting is to begin to deal with those questions, because we will not leave the responsibility of communication to journalists. and neither shall we leave the responsibility of even simplifying the conversations that are happening here, which are technical, to experts. I used to have a boss who used to challenge me to tell it in a manner that my mother would understand and my grandmother would understand. That was a heavy challenge. That time he found me full of technical jargons. I could actually speak technically throughout without speaking in English practically. And therefore the challenge was, how can you make sure that you communicate in a manner that makes sense? And the nexus that we are building through this particular process is to begin to twin the academic community with young people, with several practitioners, to begin to collectively make sense out of scientific insights that are being generated through data, which is critical. And that is the essence of this particular process. Our PAC here is also running additional processes. We concluded a 2-day training process for journalists, media people drawn from across Africa, on reporting on environmental and climate-related issues, which is still pertinent in this process, and it's an investment we'll walk through. But the challenge is, let's not report, let's have meaningful conversations so that we are able to make sense out of this data. There was a question on investment in national parks, and indeed particularly related to extraction activities. And indeed, I think it opens wider discourse around how are we approaching the broader question of investment around extractives. It is a heavy question, which again, we need to develop a background around it. And there are sessions within the module to develop the background for purposes of being able to respond effectively to this particular question. But the spirit ideally should be to scale up sustainable conservation, not conservation at the expense of other spheres of lives. And again, if you are doing it in a park, then you are destroying wider ecosystems. So it is important, again, to do not only cost-benefit analysis, but cost of the ecosystem analysis, to begin to see whether the mining actions in any way, the benefits out of it outweigh the costs. Because the moment you do deep analysis, cost-benefit analysis of an ecosystem, then you are able to have better perspectives around what would be the ideal investment for that ecosystem, which in many cases and in Africa is not happening. And most of the times, indeed what is happening in those areas is piracy, stealing of resources, not necessarily investments. The question around the role of young people is a $1 million question, and is the essence of this particular meeting. So the essence of this particular meeting is to cement the role of young people in driving these conversations to the next level, because we cannot be talking about the role of young people and we are prescriptive. It will be dangerous for me to be prescriptive. But right from yesterday, you began to hear how the role of young people can be fundamentally shaped. And therefore, in this convening, formally within the session and informally out of the session, your responsibility is to canvass your role and begin to look at what other minds, let me call it minds, and the brains within the room can you pick to strengthen your role. And the role of young people is cut out across all the spheres, because you are in academia, so you are generating evidence. You are in media, so you are helping in communicate the evidence out there. You are in community, so you are supporting processes of organizing. But more importantly, you must be players within policy spaces, right from local, national, and global level in terms of shaping the space. And for you to do that effectively, the training equips you with advocacy skills that enables you to cut across, becoming one of the key advocates for transformations. Young people, I think this forum has also young people drawn from other continents, and you're also players in terms of other discourse where you connect with young people across the globe. How do you really influence for pro-African position and advance for solidarity actions that drive that transformation across? And we will continue to build on these pillars in our subsequent processes. Allow me to quickly transition to the next session. And I think this was quite a powerful session. Let's do an applause to close it before we move to the next session. We are moving to the next session, but we have not closed thoughts. Those thoughts that think they've been closed out, we will still canvass them. And I think because you are bringing your question will come even better to improve the next session. So we are moving to the session where we are beginning to delve deeper into the impacts of climate change in Global South. Our interest is more on Global South because, again, these regions are disproportionately affected by climate change, and it's important to understand the vulnerabilities therein, what these vulnerabilities mean, and how do we galvanize these vulnerabilities to drive a powerful transformative agenda. Because the vulnerabilities constitute the issues. It is where the rubber and the road are meeting. And unless we are able to use that, we cannot move further. It is important to begin to see how do we piece these vulnerabilities, not only from a conceptual understanding, but from an advocacy perspective as we move to the next level, which is extremely important. I used to have a grandfather who used to tell me that if you have to burn a bush and you want to burn it effectively, you must use the opportunity presented by the wind. Looking at the current context and where we are going, the vulnerability of the continent, the vulnerability of this particular area, unless we are able to really piece strong narratives and drive the influence, we will not be there. Our voice will remain subsumed. To do this, we have two very old friends. Godwin, your old friend, I'm assuming so. Very old friends and very seasoned friends in terms of their experience. We have one who will be joining us online, and we have one who is physically present. We have Dr. Ben Opa, who is the Deputy Director, Natural Resource Management Unit of the National Land Commission, who is an environmentalist. He will be joining us online for his perspectives. And then that will be crowned by Dr. Godwin Ojo, who is physically present with us and is the Executive Director of Executive Director of Environmental Rights Action and the Friends of the Earth, Nigeria. So you are getting the two extreme ends of Africa from the east and from the west, canvassing these particular impacts and beginning to build momentum around these impacts for action. Ben, if you are connected and if you are online, the floor is yours. Ben, if you are online, Dr. Ben, if you are online, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Philip.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. I've already done my projection of the slides that I'm going to present this afternoon for those of us who are joining online. I hope that you are in a position to see the projected presentation. Could someone just confirm for me?
Ben, you are on the first slide with your name and your title and the institution. So you will guide us on how to move the slides. Proceed.
So basically, as Philip has mentioned, my name is Ben Opa, and I work for the National Land Commission here in Nairobi, Kenya. And I am the Deputy Director as well as the Head of Department for Natural Resource Management at the Commission. I was given a task. The title is the Climate Change Impacts, focusing on the Global South. And we together with my colleague from Nigeria, will be looking at the disproportionate vulnerabilities of communities and even ecosystems in the Global South, looking critically at the impacts of climate change on the livelihood ecosystems, as well as biodiversity resources within the Global South. And so welcome. The presentation is a short one because we are sharing like 1 hour with my colleagues. I'll do like 10 to 15 minutes and they will come in. And I will say that number one, I'll look at North-South divide. What does it mean? Because I understand that the composition of the attendees in this meeting is quite heterogeneous in terms of our understanding and level of appreciation of the technical issues in regards to climate change. What does North mean and what does South mean in the context of development and climate change, so to speak? I will not assume that we all know that. And then I'll also be delving briefly into the climate change impacts and as well as manifestations with a keen eye and spectacle on the global South. I will also then delve a little bit on the global South and why it is at the receiving end of the intense climate change impacts, as well as the critical pointers and parameters for the underlying disproportionate impacts of climate change. And of course, under that, I'll be looking at social aspects, the ecological aspects, the technological aspects, and even economic aspects. Then I'll be concluding my presentation. The North-South divide is basically a manner in which countries are grouped along, importantly, the economic and political characteristics. The discussions and the theories around this particular divide and the naming is quite myriad, and there are different perspectives in regards to what really constitutes the North and what really constitutes the South in terms of the global hemisphere. So generally, the global South basically means those regions within or countries that constitute Latin America, Asia, Africa, and Oceania. And of course, what really makes them to be categorized as South is basically the perceived development level or industrialization level. In a plain language, because I'm currently more into social development, so I like communicating in plain language. So in plain language, the global North basically refers to the developed or the rich Western countries, which is actually connoting development and mainly consisting of Europe as well as North America. The global South basically is the perceived undeveloped or developing nations, especially those in Latin America, Asia, as well as Africa, among others. So there's that grouping, and it is important for us to start looking at how is this grouping and what are the impacts of such grouping in terms of the North-South, and how does the divide really talk about our perspectives as well as our knowledge and even the social and economic issues as well as ecosystems or ecological. And so there are indeed very many theories around these particular constructs of rich versus poor or the North versus South. And those, I will not delve into that because of time. So this general and broad amalgamation of countries into North and South, indeed from a social development point of view, brings a lot of confusion in regards to the underlying issues that relate to climate change response, since not all of the groups of countries that really constitute the South, for example, which is my focus of presentation this time round, really are homogeneous economically. Neither are they also at the same level in terms of development. And so this actually causes confusion and less understanding and appreciation of the uniqueness of some of these countries and communities, resulting into power imbalances and perpetuating inequality. So these groups are indeed defined in terms of their differing levels of wealth, economic development, income inequality, democracy, political and economic freedom. So to illustrate what basically global North and South really means, the areas in blue at what is actually referred to as the global North, but you can see the country that is really below in blue, that is Australia, which is basically not necessarily in the South when you look at the geographical positioning, but it is regarded as part of the global South countries because of the level of development, so to speak. So the blue denotes the global North countries up north, that is mainly North America and even Europe, basically regarded as high income economies with very high human development indices. And of course, they're also called as the G8 or the developed world. The red countries are the ones that are called as the global South. There we have Asia as well as Oceania and even Africa. But importantly, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, most of the world's population, especially the indigenous ones, live in the global south. And it is important for these discussions around the social stratification and deconstructing myths about these north-south discussions really should permeate the climate change discussions and negotiations. For example, Africa is actually home to more than 3,000 ethnic groups, while Latin America alone is home to over 58 million indigenous people spread across the 826 indigenous groups. So there's a lot of diversity even within Africa itself and even within Latin America, and the population is quite high. It is important that these kind of discussions do not just amalgamate, countries into global north and south. So what climate change impacts? Of course, I believe the previous discussants must have actually talked about this. So I'll just sweep through that very quickly. That when we look at climate change impacts, particularly in the global south and even north, then you see the issues around frequency and even intensity of snow. We look at also the rate at which the melting is taking place. We also look at the increasing ambient temperatures, the frequency, and the erratic nature of rainfall currently experienced in most of these countries that constitute the global south, the extreme drought event, the rampant crop failures, the sea and lake level rises, or occasionally, for example, in Kenya, we also experience lake recessions. We've also noticed in global north, mostly, as well as other parts of the global south, long or even short winters that are really summarized occasionally. And those also constitute part of and parcel of the impacts of the vagaries of climate change. But importantly for us in the global south, we're looking at biodiversity and ecosystem benefits that have been diminishing over the years. And of course, this is partly attributable to the changing climatic regimes. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or 2007 report, there is indeed increasing scarcity and reduction in yields of biomass and even biodiversity losses. And there are risks to human health, especially to children, women, and many households are actually becoming vulnerable. So with this kind of perspectives around the impacts of climate change on ecosystems, on our resources, on livelihoods, particularly the gender dimension of climate change, when you look at the entire social structure, children, pregnant women, lactating women, and you also look at the elderly persons, then you are able to really have a feel from a social development point of view, the vagaries of climate change. And so again, also in East Africa, and as Philip has mentioned, that's where I will talk about briefly again, is that the reduction in precipitation in East Africa is leading to several changes, which are leading to destruction of habitats and even disrupting the connectivity of various landscapes and resulting into loss of some species and wildlife biodiversity. So we are looking at all this in a holistic approach, and that's why it is important that we sort of, again, delve deeper into deconstructing and de-amalgamating this connotation of global north, global south. So this is actually a photo, an aerial view of one of the cities, Kisumu City, that actually recently hosted the Afri-Cities, the lake shores of Lake Victoria in Kenya, which is experiencing both rising water levels and, of course, occasionally receding water levels. That is Lake Victoria on the side of Kenya, and that is Kisumu City, one of the cities that is very, very key, especially when you talk about climate change and even city planning, so to speak, having hosted one of the major events in the recent past called the Afro-Cities. So why are we concerned about the global south and the disproportionate impacts of climate change? What we are saying is that the discussions around global south and the vagaries or the scale at which climate change impacts are actually experienced in global south is mainly attributable to a number of factors. One, most nations within the global south are economically and financially disadvantaged, and they face huge governance challenges as opposed to the north or the western countries, where the GDP and per capita income are slightly higher than the global south member countries. We also notice that within the global south, the infrastructure, which is a major safeguard in terms of the vagaries of climate change, is poorly developed. When we look at the roads, we look at the housing and even the ICT, and again also comparing the technology divide between the global south and the global north, you are able to understand this better. So then again, also that comes with information and who has that access to information. And because information aids in preparedness in case of adverse effects of climate change, including exposure and risks. We also talk about the population, and I mentioned this. I gave an example of Africa. I also gave an example of even Latin America, and looking at the populations within the global south. And we are saying that because of the population, and even especially in regards to the adaptive capacities of these particular communities, then we also experience very, very high impacts and scale of climate change. Importantly, while the global south also has unique and beautiful cultural ties and relationships, there are also specific sociocultural rigidities, and there are also gender issues and concerns within these particular global south communities, as well as the politics or the governance, so to speak. So all these contribute to the weakening adaptive capacity of these particular global south communities to adapt to climate change. Then we also look at the aspect of geographical positioning. We are looking at the general dryness that these particular areas actually experience quite a lot of desertification. Dr. Tenya has talked about aridity and even pollution marked by waterborne diseases. If you take, for example, just across in Africa, Madagascar, or even Seychelles, for example, the small island developing states that are really vulnerable, and you look at them from the vulnerability to vagaries of climate change, then you see that the geographical positioning of some of these global south communities or countries really make them also vulnerable. And so there's need for concerted efforts and even discussions or canvassing to really look at the best ways and chart the climate smart actions and policies to safeguard both the lives of the people living in the global south as well as their properties. When you look at the food and the water issues, again, within the global south, there's a lot of struggle in terms of food security and even water security. And again, that also perpetuates the disproportionate impacts of climate change within the global south. Of course, we have noticed in the recent past the proliferation of many invasive species. And we are saying, for example, Africa is one of the most vulnerable continents to climate change due to adaptive capacity, which is compounded mainly by the economic factors or economic sectors that are highly sensitive to climate. The over-reliance on agriculture, for example, is a major contributor to the disproportionate impacts of climate change in the global south. And again, also with governance. I talk about governance because that's my key area of focus, that we are able to look at our policies and the politics, as well as the institutional architecture, including limited access to capital and technology, resulting in poor land degradation and even proliferation of many diseases, as well as complex disasters and conflicts. So these are some of the issues that really bring about the disproportionate impacts. Of course, there are many, but I'm just teasing out this in a nutshell, in brief. Then we can be in a position to canvass and discuss this in detail, looking at the specific countries or contexts, and even within countries. Again, we know that you cannot talk broadly, for example, in Nigeria, with such an amount of ethnic communities and even the population. You come to Kenya, we are talking about many tribes or communities. So you cannot amalgamate and brand a country or countries into global south. What we are saying is that generally the global south experiences the impacts of climate change at a higher scale than the northern countries. And these impacts are mainly attributable to the low adaptive capacity and of course the fragile and climate sensitive sectors, or reliance on fragile and climate sensitive sectors such as agriculture for food production. Somebody talked about the GMO and whether that is actually contributing to climate change. And of course, I think Dr. Tenya actually ably responded to that GMO may not or does not necessarily contribute to climate change, because it's majorly a response to the vagaries of climate change in terms of bolstering food security at the local scale. However, we may also want to look at the other impacts of GMO in relation to environmental management and land management, so to speak. So the global south is not homogeneous. The strong message here is that the global south is not homogeneous. So as we go through these conversations, as we navigate through these challenges of climate change, we must understand that the concept of heterogeneity that the global south is not a homogeneous faction or community, and that climate change climate change discourse must actually, and is including the discussions or negotiations, must actually look at the specifics within the global south and look at the cultural context, the local context, the tribal and indigenous community context of some of these countries, because that without that, then we are actually perpetuating social inequity and even further marginalizing countries that are already marginalized or disempowered, and therefore making them to become even more vulnerable to the vagaries of climate change. So we are saying that just like this global south is not homogeneous, and even communities within global south are highly heterogeneous. And so it is the heterogeneity concept that we must look at and try to deconstruct the underlying myths and perceptions around global south and north, and more importantly, to start the conversation or continue with the conversation about the specifics, whether it is, again, the gender aspects of it in terms of the women, in terms of the men, in terms of the children, in terms of the elderly persons, as well as persons living with disability. But also importantly for mitigation or adaptation, we must also look at the technological skills, and that the global south must also be empowered to improve on technology as a response measure to the vagaries of climate change. Allow me to end there for now, and because we are sharing this particular time with my colleague from Nigeria. Over to you, Philip. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben. Ben deserves a better clap from wherever he's presenting from. Once again, appreciation for finding time. I can see you are seated in a very nice location. I envy you. And next time, definitely you will tag me along as you travel to the countryside, because I can see your village is connected to the world. Having said that, Ben, I'll still, and one of the things that I see is that there is more or less near perfect synergy in terms of the zone that you are identifying as Global South with the red zones that were presented by Dr. Nthenya in earlier presentation. So you can actually see near perfect synergies. You've really, at the core, identified the issues that are informing the divide between North and South, which is extremely important. But you've also emphasized the heterogeneity within this particular region, which is very critical. And it's important in terms of looking at impact to take that into account. As we urge you to remain online, because I know there will be questions that will be coming to you, I'll also pose one question for your parking and thinking through ahead of time in terms of how do we ensure that this heterogeneity, particularly among countries and their development pathway, whether they are pursuing unclean or clean sources of energy or not, how do we tap on that heterogeneity in terms of pursuing our global negotiation, rather than losing on the spaces and platforms that we have at the global level as a result of developed countries capitalizing on that heterogeneity to divide us. That's something that I would like you to think through when question time comes. We'll canvass it alongside the other question. At this point, let me invite Dr. Ojo to kill it.
Good afternoon. I've been asked to kill it. Whatever that means, I suppose I'm going to do a kind of conclusion, starting from Eugene, and then looking at Tayan, and now the presentation from Ben. Where do we stand? I think that is the question where I'm going to take off. I also see that most of the discussions so far, they have a lot of consensus in terms of content and the presentation. My name is Dr. Godwin Oyojo. I bestride the two sectors of research and advocacy as well as a development practitioner. So I actually see the whole spectrum of what we are trying to do. Are the slides on, please? Okay, so I'm going to be looking at challenges, impact, and responses to climate change. But first, we need to define what is climate change. By now, many of you are familiar with this subject. I will take a step from there and look at the magnitude of the problem of climate change as we currently have it. The impacts of climate change in the global south, responses to curbing climate change, and of course, I will be bringing in the political dimensions as relating to addressing climate change, loss and damage, and then a conclusion. Some of you are already bored if you are asked what is climate change, because you already know the answer. Well, to make it very clear, climate change is caused by human activity. And that is what the slide we've been hearing, and that is what we'll be discussing. The heavy science presented by Dr. Tayan attests to this. And there's a global consensus of scientists that there are, of course, natural disasters, but most of it that we are concentrating and looking at is as a result of human activity. And that activity is causing long-term shifts in terms of temperature rise, which is global warming, and changes in weather patterns. It is mainly caused by human activities, greenhouse gas emissions. But what is important for us to understand right now is that the earth temperature is rising and is now at about 1.1 degrees warmer than as it was in the 1800 pre-industrial times. I think that's a key information. The second point is to understand that the last decade, this warming has been going on, but between 2011 and 2020 was the warmest on record. So the whole world globally, to the UNFCCC, is trying to address this through the Paris Agreement. And the whole essence is to limit the Earth's temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius and well below 2 degrees. So all the things you'll be hearing since morning, the solution that the world has crafted is in that last sentence. 1.5 degrees and well below 2 degrees. So we are going to look at how we have fared in trying to address that. You've seen a lot of these pictures. So, and also this about the Earth's temperature, 1.1 degrees. This table is very significant. I don't think all of it is showing, but it's showing all the relation between population, natural resource use, and carbon emissions. It's very important to understand that the interrelationship between the use of natural resources by the people results to this increasing global warming. As you can see, the projection is being projected that it will even get to 3-4 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. So that is very significant. Now, what is the magnitude of the problem of climate change? Is it big? Can we resolve it? Is it beyond us? Reports have shown that there is a 50-50 chance that we might win the fight. And there's also a 50-50 chance that we might lose the fight. So in the next 2 decades, we need to limit carbon emissions released into the atmosphere by 1.5 degrees. Unless there are large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting warming to 1.5 degrees or even 2 degrees by the end of the century will likely be a mirage because of what is going on. Now, in looking at effort made so far, looking at the nationally determined commitments, and all effort put together globally, we see that there's emission gap. So the huge problem we are addressing is emission gap. And what is the effort being made? According to a report, the emission gap in 2030 will be reduced by only 7.5%, whereas 30% is needed to limit warming to 2 degrees, and 55% effort is needed for 1.5 degrees scenario. This is very significant. All the effort we are making so far is just 7.5%. And even that 7.5% will lead us to 2 degrees. To even get 2 degrees, you need 30% action. And the 1.5 that we are pursuing is not even on the table. So all the effort in the US, all the effort in Europe, all the effort globally in the South, put together is far below what is expected. And as we are moving, we are already moving around 3 degrees. So we are racing behind time. Do you agree that we are racing behind time? Since global effort is racing behind time, there is a radical perspective. And I want to put that on the table because I'll be talking and looking at some political implications and things we need to do. So since global effort is racing behind time, a more radical perspective to achieve the 1.5 global warming target under the Paris Agreement requires a third of current oil reserves, half the current natural gas reserves, and nearly 90% of current coal must remain underground. Let's stop speaking grammar. This is the issue. All the thing we have been saying since carbon emission, carbon emission, carbon emission. Where is the source? The source is mainly where? Oil, coal, gas. Then this study has come up that for you to achieve this, you need to reduce at least 1/3 of oil reserve. You need to reduce 50% of gas reserve, and 90% of current coal must be kept underground. You're sincerely standing here in the 1990s when I started the campaign on leave the oil in the soil. Imagine going to a hall like this full of people in the early 90s. You say, leave the oil in the soil. You say, well, is this guy, what is wrong with him? 90% of Nigeria's oil revenue comes from oil, and you are talking to us. So that is the situation we are in. But I want to pose this question. Fossil fuel production should decline by 6% annually. That's another study between 2020 and 2030. How feasible is this? This is not my question. This is a question for you to address. But I want to see by way of hand, countries who are not currently producing oil, gas, or coal. Any country here? Can I see your hand? You are not producing oil. Can I see your hand? Can I see your hand? Okay, very few. This is surprising. Okay, thank you. Now, the question is this. If by today or tomorrow, oil, gas, coal is found in much quantities in your country, what do you think will be the result? Microphone, please. Please, I see your hand. Please give this young man microphone. If oil is discovered today in high quantity in your country, introduce yourself, your country, and just tell us what will happen.
My name is Abdullah Sanyang from Gambia, Banjul. If the oil is in my country, I know it's going to be explored by now. They are going to take it out from the ground and sell it.
Okay.
For the benefit of the state.
Then what will be the reaction of the people?
I know people will be happy. People will be happy about this.
Okay, so give it to somebody else. Yes, a lady over here.
Thank you. My name is Sandra Msonza from Zimbabwe. I think we will mine the oil at the same time giving back to the community under corporate social responsibility.
Thank you very much. So this is a political question. We all know the problem. We know that we need to solve it. We know how to solve it to reduce. But when oil is found in any country in the South, particularly Africa, it is marked with jubilation. It is marked with fanfare. The national troop will roll out the drums. The president will make a speech. And everybody will say, we are moving to a land of Eldorado. So there's irony. There's a problem. Is it about shifting our mental thinking on how we see these things? There's a big issue around here. I'm going to move on and then I'm going to ask some other question. Okay, mapping climate change impacts. My colleague spoke about this. Vulnerabilities in the global south is high because of the factors listed, and the adaptive capacity very low. And today we see the high frequency of climate change impacts. It's increasing in frequency as well as intensity. About 3.6 billion people in developing countries are already bearing the brunt of climate crisis in a way that climate crisis is fast becoming the new normal. We've already listed, we've seen so many countries that are impacted. So is there any country here that has not experienced the impact of climate change? Any country? I mean, we hear the big ones, it's already mentioned. Okay, so almost all the countries, but we need to document it. In the case of India and Pakistan, Global South, you already see the definition of countries in the South, geographically, and of course marked by political and economic factors as well. In India and Pakistan, there's a record-breaking heat wave that they are experiencing, and it's impacting daily lives of nearly 1 billion people. 1 billion in India and Pakistan alone, as a result of scorching temperatures. And you know what that means for agriculture. It's damaging wheat, the production, the harvest, preventing many laborers from working outdoors, making people vulnerable to serious health issues, and even several deaths recorded. In Bangladesh, torrential rains left 1/4 of Bangladesh underwater. When I read these statistics, I imagine then, is this true? 1/4 of a country underwater and destroy homes of millions of people. Is this a mountain or a hill or a molehill? It's just a mold. It's a small rising on the ground. It's neither a mountain or a hill. But this is flooding that took place in Bangladesh, and both human and the cattle are housing themselves there for a few days and weeks, depending when the flooding will recede. So this is a major problem that we are looking at in terms of impact. Our own iconic mountain, Mountain Kilimanjaro, this is what science is telling us, and it's almost the same with what we saw in the second presentation. By 1912, look at the cap. Well, here we are, you see the ice cap is depleting very fastly. And those are clear indications of climate change. Here in Kenya, we have similar examples in the north, Laikipia and the rest. We saw what happened there. the tropical cyclones, the issues, Mozambique, Rwanda, the countries, and all these are pointing to the impasse that is already going on, being witnessed in the last 10 years. So it's affecting water supply, agriculture, rural livelihoods, emergency relief measures. So these are real serious problems. I want to quickly pose this question. The professor has already presented the facts behind climate change. And then you see the impacts occurring. We'll come to this. Now you are asking for loss and damage. You are asking for reparation. You are asking for payment and compensation. The question is, what has the rain that fell yesterday that destroyed your house got to do with the emissions that were released in the north? I'm ready to pay you now. But where is this? Who are you? What is this you are talking about? Is there a relationship? Is there a causal relationship? In one of the countries in Southern Africa, when Cyclone Ida occurred, the woman was literally rescuing some of the property, and the husband was injured. The husband literally died in her arm. And now we are looking at issues of how to address those issues. So the question is, how did climate change contribute to that misery? I don't have the answer, but I leave it for you to ponder on. This is South Africa, the roads, the houses. You've seen other pictures I was shown. The impact has to do with water stress, biodiversity losses. I want to emphasize biodiversity losses because it's a major problem. The threats to species. Taxonomists, those who classify species, will tell you that they are not anywhere near fully classifying the species of the world. They've not been fully classified, and each of them has their function. So there are threats to at least 1 million species endangered, and many have gone into extinction. Of course, we have not mentioned this. There's climate-induced migration. By 2050, the floods, the wildfires, droughts will force an estimated 216 million to migrate. To migrate to where? So there will be eternal migration, and there will also be external migration. The Nairobi city, as you know it, will no longer be the same when it happens in the vulnerable areas in our city. So climate change is being discussed in Africa, but there's failure to link or address climate change issues to migration and settlement. And this is a serious policy gap that I want some of us to take on board. Migration is real, migration related to climate change. And I'm happy PACJA is already having a program to address this, which many of us should key into. Now, because we're looking at livelihoods, this slide was shown in the morning. To some extent, most African societies practice rain-fed agriculture. In sub-Saharan Africa, 95% dependent on rain-fed agriculture. So planting and harvesting seasons are altered due to delays or early rains. This is significant because a large share of agriculture contribution to African GDP is very high. And if we begin to have serious impact on agriculture, then it will tend to more food insecurity and poverty. You can see this slide, see the enormity of the devastation. I think this livelihood is ruined. Addressing climate change impacts. Now, in your country, when you experience these impacts, and they were severe, the flooding, the devastation, the destruction, were there any remediation put in place in your country to address these issues? You've experienced climate impacts. Can you tell us what your country did to address the issue? Is there anyone here? Yes, just two extremes. You can pass the microphone to him.
Yeah, in Sierra Leone, we set up an emergency response center, yeah, which we look at those issues.
You set up emergency response center.
Yes.
Your country don't have emergency response before now?
Yeah, we had, yeah, we have that, but that was basically on the health specifically.
Okay, so there was something going on.
Yeah.
Set up another one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next. Yes, somebody was there. Yeah.
Voilà, moi je vais parler en français.
Ok.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Non, c'est bon. Moi je réponds au nom de Bayanga Donzo de la République de Guinée, Conakry. Voilà, le gouvernement guinéen a adapté un système par rapport à la gestion des ressources naturelles qu'on appelle le reboisement présidentiel. Donc cette année, nous ferons la troisième édition. Donc la première édition s'est passée en 2020. La deuxième édition s'est également passée en 2021. Et cette année-là, ça sera la deuxième édition. La troisième édition, je l'ai dit. Voilà, donc c'est une approche très appréciée par tout le monde qui répond également au réchauffement climatique et la gestion des ressources naturelles. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que la République de Guinée est un pays vraiment qui est sollicité par la plupart des sociétés, des multinationales qui évoluent dans le domaine de la mine. Et il y a des études qui ont déjà montré que l'est de la Guinée, dans 10 ans, certaines populations vraiment seront obligées de se déplacer à cause des conséquences vraiment du réchauffement climatique. Donc, il faut anticiper, chercher vraiment des solutions idoines par rapport vraiment à la question des réchauffements climatiques. Je vous remercie.
Okay, I think that's sufficient for now. Thank you because of time. But what is important that I want to draw out is that each time there are impacts, most of the time the countries are trying to respond on how to adapt to the impacts without necessarily addressing the root causes. The root causes is carbon, therefore we need to decarbonize the economy by reducing the amount of carbon in the atmosphere. And the critical element is to put in place a plan for transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources to reduce carbon emissions. This is critical. And as you heard, of course, natural resource management, better ways of managing, better coal, clean coal. I hear the taxonomy clean coal. There's nothing like that. It's dirty coal. And so we must be sure of what we are trying to do. And let me just pause here to focus a little bit on agriculture, since that is what is prevalent in most of our countries. So we need to address these impacts. And one of the areas that is severe is in the area of agriculture. And so, according to Food and Agriculture Organization, agriculture in developing countries must undergo a significant transformation in order to meet the related challenges of food security and climate change. So looking at that, significant transformation is required. And one of the means that have been projected is climate smart agriculture. And this simply means combining diversified farming systems with integrated food systems to improve crop varieties. It helps to promote organic farming, moving away from inorganic farming that uses harmful and heavy pesticide and herbicides that contributes to biodiversity loss. I must look for better ways of water harvesting. I don't think there's water scarcity, but management is the issue. So improve water harvesting and retention methods such as pool, dams, pits, the ridges, and of course, water use efficiency, small irrigation systems. These are very important to addressing irregularity of rainfall patterns, useful for smallholders. Now, this is taken from a study. It's very apt. I think this is one of the best I've seen on this subject. It's talking about the 3 pillars that are required in addressing climate change. And in relation to agriculture, the first is to increase productivity. Sustainably increases productivity and income, and that is one of the major key elements of how we can address the impact. The second element is strengthening resilience to climate change and variability. And when you talk about strengthening resilience, you are already in the domain of adaptation. And then the third leg is reduce agriculture's contribution to climate change. What is that? Mitigation. So the problem that we are facing in Africa, when you think of a transition, how do you combine, for example, energy? Clean energy, you're solving a problem, and you're putting in place issues of adaptation, and at the same time addressing mitigation issues. This is a challenge we are facing. So these are some of the benefits of smart agriculture to address the problem of food. I want to zero in, or I have zero in on this agricultural aspect because of the debate that is going on. Climate change will exacerbate African problems. Africa at the moment is not able to feed itself. And now climate change is coming in and other problems. So Africa need food imports, need GMO. That is a false narrative. The question is, given the African resources, given the land and the people, and I put this question to you, can Africa feed itself? Is Africa able to feed itself? The continent, are you able to produce food for yourself? Yes or no? So climate change has some narratives that are not very correct. I even hear that the Russian-Ukraine war is causing starvation in Africa. That's the latest narrative. I was in a village, so I was working on transition from dirty energy to clean energy. I was talking about the relevance of trees, no need to cut down trees, let's build woodlots, agroforestry, and all that. And of course, they were happy. So by the time I was talking to them of the relationship talking about science, that trees use carbon dioxide that we breathe out, and then the oxygen they release, we use it. So one person got up and said, "Sir, if I cut down trees, how many people will die?" So he was wanting to relate that causal relationship. And in the course of the tea break, we had a discussion, and we saw that this is very important to bring in local knowledge. Technical knowledge of the local people is very important so that we are able to break down the issues that we are passing across. Now, I want to go to a little bit further to address more political issues. And that is addressing climate change impacts through what we already have in the UNFCCC, the question of adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage. So we are looking for how we can bring in accountability for the impacts from catastrophic impact of climate change that affects people and the environment. Although Africa contributes the least, about 4% of the carbon emissions, it is facing severe impacts. Historical responsibility is important. Those who put it there, the polluter pays principle applies, as we have seen. But the question really is this: they not accept responsibility. They do. And that is what is reflected. They accept responsibility that they are the one that have caused it. Science has said that, but they have refused liability. And that is the question I'm posing to you. That liability, we have called it climate justice in one way, in terms of advocacy, and in terms of demand, climate debt. How can liability be enforced? So when you hear about negotiators discussing and talking, and you hear about the imbalance between the North-South in terms of political influence and economic influence, the question they are really grappling with is who to hold responsible and how they can pay. So for us here, how can liability be enforced? I don't have the answer, but I want you to take this home. Mitigation requires more ambition to climate action pledges. And as we have seen, the way we are going, 4 degrees is predicted, and currently aiming at 2.1 degrees. So we look at the whole of what is going on. You can see that mitigation is far behind. And addressing adaptation issues, providing solutions on avoidable impacts of climate change, which is already occurring. How do we account for that? Okay, so we're looking at a very critical issue, loss and damage. First, we need finance. So anywhere you gather, somebody has already raised the question, why is it that you talk more of finance than rather than addressing the main issues? We talk about finance because we need funds for that energy transition. Finance must deliver adequate funding to help developing nations address climate change, empower communities to pursue the adaptation and mitigation efforts. So the world agreed, did not even agree, say, okay, we are going to do something about this. And they pledged 100 billion US dollars since 2019. And then we again see that the goalpost is shifting on a daily basis. COP26 that was to deliver on this climate finance, the can was kicked down the road. and no action was taken. So the new promise is to deliver $600 billion by 2025. So we keep making promises to you, and we keep discussing these issues, but in reality, are we addressing the issues? And so if the impacts are there and adaptation is not working, mitigation is being forced, that of course you contributed, therefore you must do mitigation. The debate is now centering around loss and damage. What happens to the destruction that is taking place right now? Who is responsible? So civil society have agreed that there is need for financial facility to deliver on loss and damage through the UNFCCC. And loss and damage is simply the financial flow from the north to the global south. And this money is required to address the mitigations, the equity issues, the climate justice issues that was raised in the morning up till now. Someone is responsible, countries are responsible, and so they need to pay up. You know, when we were through PACJA, we came up with a political statement because some people are pushing that we'll pay you, loss and damage will be addressed through insurance, insuring the farmers. So the farmers who are poor, we go to meet them for insurance, and then they contribute money to insure their crops. Is that a fair deal? So they are making the poor pay for the rich. And so we rejected insurance outright, and we are instead asking for a financial facility to address the issue of loss and damage. And of course, we have the conceptual framework that some of them you will see later in the course of this summer school. Issues of transitional justice, climate justice has been explained in many ways. Of course, climate debt, the pillaging, the destruction of the environment, using it for the benefit, using the global commons for the benefit of a few, while the others are stranded. So lastly, just to round up, I want to let us understand that the battle is not over. This is where we are. I think I like this illustration. The top part is where we are. The middle and the bottom is where we are striving to go. But in all of this, the critical question, what role will you play? Are you the scientist? Are you the advocate? Are you the one documenting? What do you want to do in this contest? Thank you.
Thank you, Godwin. Godwin has brought out quite important elements, and both Godwin and Ben have actually left me with a time debt that we have to collectively pay for it. Godwin, as you said, I know you've not politically touched this button quite well. Huh? 1.5 degrees is the ambition. We are at 1.1. The current measures are taking us to above 2. Looking at the current situation where we are, and we are at 1.1, are we comfortable? Looking at the impacts within the African context, are we happy to live with the impacts, let alone the 1.5, which we are actually opening the debt ceiling? Are we comfortable? That's a question that you did not canvass quite well. I would be happier if you canvass that particular element. I liked the way you described agriculture, but used the wrong term, climate smart. because climate smart is part of the greenwashing terminology. We usually talk about climate resilient, sustainable agriculture as opposed to climate smart, because it was a convoluted term in all respects. So I felt like it's important to really point that particular element out. The radical perspective, you gave us some radical perspectives, but you did not tell us how this should be also distributed globally. Because as we speak, US is actually exploring, is doing a lot of oil exploration offshore and in public lands. Past one, the Russia-Ukraine crisis. So where does this radical perspective leave us as Africa? And I felt it's important. But also bring to attention to the team that last week we had a useful conversation in Rwanda, begin to build the case for the nexus that does exist between health and climate change. And there are indeed impacts from climate change to the health sector. And when we talk about health, we are not restricting to human being. We are actually cutting across to human life, the health of ecosystem, and all this. So there is a lot that is happening within that particular realm, and losses and damages are real. If you allow me, because I know Ben will not be online, we will use only 10 minutes to pick only burning questions and burning comments, and then we can have quick rounds from Ben and Godwin responding to your questions. Can I see by show of hand in yellow? This time I want to deal with the middle area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the back, 6, 7, 8. The room is too much burning. I'm nearly saying, can we do lunch? But we'll not find Ben online. Let's start from here and let's end from somewhere here. Prof, you will allow me to bring your thoughts when they've been synthesized further, because I know your capability to synthesize and improve on the quality of the discussion, because yours could be a presentation. That's what I suspect. Let's start.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Louis Peter Rang. I'm from South Sudan. My question. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Louis Peter Rang. I'm from South Sudan. My question will go to the person online, and I think it's not here. It will be answered by the one who is physically here.
Just proceed.
It is about the phasing out of the fossil fuel, or the leaving of the fossil fuel under the ground. You know, for all these years, the Western world has relied so much on fossil fuel, and that's why they have a very powerful economies right now. Looking to Africa, most of the countries are vulnerable, and we are now told to leave the fossil fuel under the ground when we have not yet developed. Will we not remain vulnerable forever if we do that? Okay, again, if we are told to leave the fossil fuel under the ground, what is the time frame given to Africa or to the global source to develop before the fossil fuel is phased out? This is my question.
Thank you. Thank you. Move the mic.
Bonjour à tous. Moi, je vais aller en français. Je suis Mazou Boukari du Bénin et je me suis beaucoup retrouvé dans la dernière présentation puisque je suis également spécialiste en sécurité alimentaire et nutrition. Donc, c'était vraiment intéressant de voir directement, de présenter aux gens le lien entre les changements climatiques et la sécurité alimentaire. Maintenant, je voudrais venir en ce qui concerne la question de l'agriculture intelligente par rapport au climat, que nous avons décidé d'appeler maintenant agriculture durable et résiliente par rapport au climat. Quand on prend l'exemple, par exemple, l'exemple du riz, en Afrique de l'Ouest, on importe plus de 75% du riz en Afrique de l'Ouest, soit en termes de commercialisation ou en termes d'aide. Maintenant, dans la perspective d'aller maintenant vers l'agriculture durable et résiliente par rapport au climat, quand on sait que actuellement, les rendements que nous obtenons, si on utilise l'agriculture conventionnelle, est très élevé par rapport à lorsqu'on utilise l'agriculture durable. J'aimerais demander si actuellement l'Afrique n'est pas dans un dilemme, soit travailler à nourrir d'abord ces populations ou décider de ne pas aller directement dans le sens de nourrir les populations et d'aller vers l'agriculture durable qui ne donne pas les rendements que nous souhaitons pour nourrir nos populations et attendre maintenant d'obtenir de l'aide ou bien de continuer avec les importations. Donc c'est un dilemme, c'est une question que je me pose chaque fois quand j'entends parler d'agriculture durable et autres. Il faut qu'on puisse vraiment décider de ce que nous voulons faire réellement. Parce que si on décide de nourrir nos populations, il faut qu'on trouve les moyens pour y arriver. Et si on veut aller au niveau de l'agriculture durable également, il faut qu'on décide de le faire. Donc voilà ma préoccupation. Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
Je suis Bonkongo Farida du Burkina Faso. En fait, j'ai vraiment aimé la dernière image qui illustrait le monde vers lequel nous voulons nous diriger. Un monde qui est beaucoup moins industrialisé. Et moi, ma question, c'est beaucoup plus lié au fait de polluer et de payer. Est-ce que vous pensez que quelque part, notre lutte ne sera pas vaine si on leur permet à chaque fois de polluer et puis de renverser des sommes? Parce que nous, on essaie en fait de lutter contre ça. Et si on leur permet à chaque instant de le faire et puis de renverser une somme, moi je pense quelque part que nous pouvons en fait ne pas aboutir en fait à nos objectifs. Du coup, je ne sais pas si vous avez des solutions autres que le payeur à nous proposer. Merci.
Thank you. We move right to the back.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Fatoumata Diallo du Burkina Faso. Ma question va à l'endroit de... D'abord, je vais remercier le professeur pour sa belle présentation et ma question va porter sur la question de la résilience. Pourquoi la résilience? Déjà parce que nous avons saisi une belle opportunité de participer à cette école d'été qui nous permet de connaître mieux les enjeux de tout ce qui est question justice climatique. Et je pense que la plupart des participants qui sont ici sont liés à des structures, des associations ou des ONG, un peu plus l'action de volontariat qui est à saluer déjà. Du coup, moi, je souhaiterais parler de l'empreinte carbone. Je ne sais pas si le professeur ou même les présentateurs qui sont dans la salle peuvent un peu nous parler de comment calculer cette empreinte carbone-là afin que nous ayons une compréhension un peu plus claire de cela pour que chacun de nous, déjà, nous attendons que le pollueur paye. Et si il ne paye pas, que nous arrivons à faire de petites actions qui vont nous mener à des résultats conséquents. Peut-être que chacun de nous qui sommes ici ou même nos pères qui sont là puissent mener l'action de peut-être planter un arbre. Et moi, je souhaiterais savoir, en fonction de la maturation d'un arbre, quelle est la quantité de carbone qui pourrait être séquestrée et comment le calcul de l'empreinte carbone pourrait se faire. Merci.
Thank you.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Alice Sani, je viens du Burundi. Je voulais poser des questions qui, pour moi, étant militante sur le changement climatique et entrepreneuse, qui n'a pas été posée ou qui n'a pas été représentée. La question consiste sur les nouvelles technologies ou les constructions qui s'adaptent sur le changement climatique. Aujourd'hui, les pays occidentaux, ils essayent de montrer qu'il y a des financements pour justement répondre à la dette de leur pollution. Mais les entreprises africaines sont, entre guillemets, exigées de se conformer aux technologies qui s'adaptent au changement climatique, et ces technologies coûtent très cher. Je parle, par exemple, sur l'énergie renouvelable, dans le BTP, dans la construction des immeubles ou des maisons, pour s'adapter au changement climatique ou suivre les règles, ça demande des infrastructures hyper chères. Et si les pays africains alors, vous allez m'excuser du terme, j'arrive pas à le trouver. S'il veut s'aligner ou se conformer aux règles internationaux, ils ont du mal parce qu'ils n'ont pas de moyens. Quelles sont les choses à mettre en place pour répondre à ce sujet? Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Let's come to the front here, 2 comments, and we close it.
Good
You grab the
afternoon.
microphone.
Yeah.
Excuse
Okay.
me, Philip. Philip, we have a hand.
Yeah, we'll come online. Sorry. Just proceed. Huh?
Okay, good afternoon.
But we will not encourage the culture of grabbing. Proceed.
The mic. She passed the mic to me.
Just proceed.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Manasiti Omar. I'm from Kenya. And my question is for the first speaker. We've noted that Africa's over-reliance on certain sectors, such as livestock keeping, is making it vulnerable, and especially to certain communities that only depend on livestock keeping for sustenance, but rather this economic activity is also like their identity. I'm talking about the pastoral communities. So in terms of culture and all that, so how do we approach this in terms of building resilience and adaptive capacity to such communities, considering these communities among the frontline communities with regards to the climate crisis? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move the mic 2 more and we close it.
My name is Sydney Opio from Kenya. So a lot of my work is in sharing stories that enable relevant knowledge sharing regarding conservation and storytelling on conservation issues. So what, in your opinion, is the role of conservation photography as a tool for documenting, communicating, and creating
Please use the mic.
awareness?
Without the mic, we can't get the translation. Please use the mic.
Yes, so
right from the start.
like I said a lot of my work is in environmental conservation and storytelling. So what, in your opinion, is the role of conservation photography as a tool for documenting, communicating, and creating awareness on climate change issues? And what is the potential impact?
Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, c'est Fatoumata Diop du Sénégal. Ma question, c'est est-ce que je peux répondre à cette mademoiselle? Est-ce que je peux répondre à la question de cette demoiselle, si possible?
We will encourage you to raise your question if you had one, and then you can pick that discussion bilaterally. But if you have no question, we can proceed. Let's get observations from online.
Kamanga, go on, please.
Yes, please. Good morning. It's morning this side, but I'm sure it's afternoon that side. Good afternoon. So thanks. My question goes in line with the presentation that that just ended. I think in the beginning, at some point, the presenter posed a question to the audience as to what would happen if, say, our countries they get fuel deposits, and I think everyone was saying, yes, we'll go ahead and explore that, and our people could be very happy to see that our governments have identified some fuel deposits, and then we are mining that, or we are exploring that. I think even me, I was also going to answer the same question. My question on that one is, how do we strike a balance between the global north and global south, where we know that much of the damage has been done by the global north? And if we talk of damage and losses, we see the global north is not very willing to bring the, or maybe to finance the climate adaptation in the global south, which means the global south is in perpetual poverty and more vulnerable. And now we have, say, for example, an opportunity of oil deposits and want to explore. And then, but there's kind of restrictions or advice not to do much of that. Now, how do we strike a balance between trying to find means of adapting, like resources, money, and all that, adapting in the global south, against the need to reduce the use of fossil fuels? Is it not in a way that will still make us in the global south very poor and vulnerable to the effects of climate change? Is there any, like, for example, a differentiated plan for phasing out fossil fuels? For example, if you're saying we're doing away with fossil fuels, is there a plan that is specific, targeting, for example, global south, to say maybe you guys can do a little bit more of exploring up to this end, and then you start going down, while the global north maybe can immediately stop because they're already better off in terms of vulnerability? So that was my question. What is the balance between trying to provide for the people that are very much at risk to reduce their vulnerability and trying to reduce the emission of the carbons from such fossil fuels? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe that is Chaka. And thanks for your intervention around that. I want to allow Ben to take a set of those questions that is comfortable to canvas. And then I'll invite Godwin again to deal with the remaining set of questions. Ben, over to you. Ben, are you in position to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Philip.
Yes, the opportunity that is now present is for you to take up on some of those questions, and then Godwin will complete the pack of the remaining questions.
Thank you, Philip. I will start with a question from Mwanasiti Omar from Kenya. The question was in regards to livestock or pastoralism generally, and vulnerability of this particular land use option or livelihood option, and the discussions around climate change and the facts around livestock keeping, particularly large heads of cattle. Now, for me, the issue about livestock keeping is not new, or the discussions around it is not new. What we are saying is that, yes, there's evidence that livestock is able to contribute to the so-called greenhouse gases. And we know that there's actually evidence and data to that effect. The discussion is, how do we cap that? How do we ensure that we still continue with the identity and our cultural aspect of livestock keeping, but at the same time alive to this material fact that there's also possibility and evidence that livestock keeping, particularly large heads of cattle, in terms of pastoralism as a major land use system, especially in the global south, is also a major contributor to greenhouse gases. So it's about striking the delicate balance between culture, identity, and climate change. And it is important that we look at how much livestock should we keep. For example, in a 1 acre plot or land, how much would actually be safe, or how safe is safe in terms of animal concentration, and the production of greenhouse gases and the contribution of that to climate change. So that is what the discussion and the ongoing discourses around climate change intersecting with livestock keeping or livestock husbandry or pastoralism is about, striking that delicate balance between this important livelihood option, particularly for the global south and Africa, where I come from, that it is a major issue and is not also going to be so easy to just sweep this under the carpet because it's a major economic venture. I know that there are a number of people who actually directly depend on pastoralism as a major form of economic venture to sustain themselves. And it is indeed a major livelihood venture. So that is the discussion that needs to trickle down. And importantly, the most important is, again, how do we deliberately develop livestock smart policies that can actually cushion the farmers, especially when they are facing these particular vagaries of climate change, marked by extreme drought, for example. So those are some of the options that can actually be looked at when we look at the global policies, the regional policies or continent-wide policies, and even local level policies. The other point is from Sydney, the role of conservation, particularly photography, is a tool for communicating the climate change issues and the impacts. Yes, photography is very, very important, and it is good that we have you in this particular discussion. I think one of the issues that Dr. Thenya talked about, it was either Philip or Dr. Thenya, is the aspect of communicating even climate change. And I think Philip was talking about how do I communicate climate change from these high technical aspects of quantifying and modeling and looking at 1.5%, 2%, and all that to a more friendly and less technically convoluted terminology. So I think for me, photography and other means of ensuring that the mass or the bigger audience is reached, whether it is photography, whether it is social influencing, the aspect of effective and proper communication and engagement becomes very critical. And I believe photography is very important because with one photo, you are able to communicate many words. Some of us in social development, we actually use a lot of words to explain one simple thing. So if you're a journalist and you are able to just use one photo or one video to express the same impacts and even response measures, the better, Sydney. The other question I wanted to respond to is from Peter Arang from South Sudan. Phasing out of fossil fuel. Yes, this is another thorn in the flesh or the big elephant in the house. Now, there are discussions that why developed countries, so the global south, are refusing the global north refusing the global south from exploiting fossil fuels. I think for me, it is not about refusing, but it is about understanding these particular issues in the broader context. If we today, either as a Muslim or even as a Christian, would we want to say, yes, I really want to sin today, then tomorrow I'll go and confess my sins, either to Allah or to God? Do I want to go that route? That allow me just to sin today, then tomorrow I'll be in a position to engage Allah or God to forgive me my sins. The issue we are talking about is green energy, and it is important for us to adopt the mindset of greening the energy sector because it is a major contributor to the changing climatic regimes, and the phasing out of fossil fuels is one way. I also believe that is important for countries and nations or governments to see some of these important aspects of greening the energy sector and still contribute to the much needed socioeconomic development that energy sector actually plays a pivotal role. So allow me to stop there and allow my colleague from Nigeria to pick up some of the remaining questions. And where possible, I can interject if there will be time. If not, then thank you. And asante sana.
Ben, you forgot on one question that I raised with you, which was quite important, heterogeneity of Africa. And how do we canvas that, particularly in terms of unifying our position and advancing one coherent political agenda at the global level?
Very true. Thank you. Thank you, Philip. Sorry, I didn't pick that. You're very right. When I talked about heterogeneity as an important concept, what I mean is that when you are having these global discussions and you are putting up the voices of Africa, for example, as a continent, it is important that you collectivize that. It is important that Africa continent collectivize its voice and front specific agenda, especially at the global discourse. But again, what we are saying in terms of heterogeneity, Philip, when now you finally come back from the international negotiations as Africans or Africa group of negotiators, then you are able to decipher and detonate the concept of a homogeneity and come down and look at the uniqueness and the heterogeneity of the continent in terms of the diversity, the ethnicity, the geography, and the uniqueness of the issues and the concerns. But at the global space, we can still capture those voices bottom up and gather that and distill that or crystallize it to front the position of Africa continent. But when interventions and responses are done, we need to be very, very smart and have the spectacle or wear the spectacle of heterogeneity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben, for your responses. Godwin?
Thank you for the responses and the questions. Now I want to switch from a research element to the advocacy component. And I want to start by addressing the question, where do we go from here? To me, the issue is so clear. The emission gap is so big. Effort is being made, but I want to call it pretentious effort. Mutual deception going on. The current effort is at 7.5%, and you are heading to 2.1. So it's very difficult. So, number one, there is no political will, north and south. QED, we are grappling with the problem without actually getting to the nitty-gritty. Now, you want me to state the textbook language, I will state it. The countries of the North should increase their ambition in reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere. All the books you will read, that is what they are proposing. Increase ambition, more ambition. Let's see how you will do more in your NDCs. And it does not apply to the North alone. It also applies to the global South. So it's really an uphill task when you see the statistics. 7%, and that 7%, when you even do 30% of the actions, you will still land at 2.1. And you need 50% action to even get to 50% by 2030. So what you can see, there's just nothing. Sorry, I'm being critical, but I wanted you to hear this. Where do we go from here? And the question I want to pose rather than an answer is this: is Africa willing and able to chart a new development pathway from the carbonized economy as we know it? That's the question. Are we willing and able? And I'm very happy I'm talking to youth. You tomorrow you become senators and presidents. Remember this question: is Africa willing and able to take a political decision and back it up economically? To simply say no to fossil fuel development. And the question is clear. It's not enough to say no to fossil fuel. What are we going to do? Now, in the science and in the literature, it is given that oil, gas, and coal, they are stranded assets. Because whether you like it or not, the transition will take place eventually. But let me put this to you. The so-called African stranded assets, they are not stranded assets. They are capital assets, which we require to also develop with the way the industrialized countries have developed. That is the question you are asking. Why are we not going to use it? So I'm part of those that is doing research to bring in this political element for PACJA and ASEA, and to simply say this. Number one, the amount of fossil fuel and the volume is known. The proven reserve is known. If the proven reserve is known, the volume is known. And if the volume is known, then the price can easily be projected. And as we speak, by some studies, PricewaterhouseCoopers, for example, has said that the African fossil fuel sector, the value is 15 trillion, conservatively, 15 trillion. And fossil fuel development, exploitation, is currently contributing $152 billion annually to the African GDP. Now, look at this. The so-called stranded assets that are Africans' capital assets. We are now saying that yes, we don't want to pollute. We want to avoid carbon emissions. We want to avoid the machineries, the conflict, the poverty-induced element that comes with fossil fuel. Now we are jettisoning all that, and we want a new carbon economy. Is that a good statement to make? Therefore, if that is what we want to do, someone needs to pay. Africa is willing to forgo its capital assets as long as there are people that will pay for this. And don't forget, the polluter pays principle applies. So this is the critical element. The amount is known, the volume is known, but who will pay for it? And for you, we have people that the situation is very simple the way I see it. Somebody is owing you. If somebody is owing you, it's your duty to demand payment, isn't it? Isn't it? In this context, it has become difficult for the creditor to hold the debtor. That is a big problem because of the power imbalance. So here and now, we are not saying that we will not necessarily use fossil fuel, but we are saying that Africa is willing to make the huge sacrifice to forgo all its assets, provided there is support, there is payment for those assets that will be left untapped. And when we do that, we are leaving the oil in the soil. Everyone say, leave the oil. You are not hearing me very well. Leave the oil. Leave the oil in the soil. Please follow what I say. Leave the oil in the soil. Leave the coal in the hole. Sorry, Philip, for the other question you raised. I use the term climate smart agriculture. It doesn't really matter the terms, whether resilience, agriculture, this. The whole description is about traditional farming systems. That is what has been described as climate resilient or climate agriculture. It is not something invented. It is something that has been practiced before. Those characteristics, putting all of a farming system together, rotational farming, these are what is called climate resilience or climate smart. It is not new. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I can actually see the eyes that are facing me are not looking so good. And I don't want to be a violator of human rights. With your permission, just before I seek that permission, the lady who asked about the question about polluter pays and whether we are giving them license to continue polluting, that is not the narrative. It is not a passport. They are paying for historical and the current ills. So we are not giving them passport to continue polluting more. It is important to set that record straight. Allow me to pack a few questions in interest of time. There was a question around resilience, the whole question of how you calculate carbon footprint and pay. I know the guys who are handling the climate financing session will be able to canvass that particular interest at an appropriate time so that, again, sufficient contextual background is developed for all of us. The whole issues of technology, again, will be added in a very important session that will be coming out. The food security conversation, I'll also say it is a narrative. You know, there are so many narratives that are sold to Africa, and we buy those narratives hook and sinker. The purpose of this particular workshop is to deconstruct those particular narratives. And before becoming now the violator of rights, let me allow you, the buses are available. We'll shuttle to where we took our lunch yesterday, take our lunch within less than 1 hour, so that we are here at 3. We have a time debt of 1 hour to pay. So let's be here at 3 so that we can end with an extension of some slightly few minutes. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. And once we come back, Professor Sachin will take over from me. And thank you for being a good audience to me.
Stay forever. Excuse me, please. Go for lunch. The buses are waiting. Please. Guys, let's go for lunch. If the bus leaves you, you have to walk, eh? Yeah, the bus are not going to wait for you if you take long. If the bus leaves you, you walk, and it's like 30 kilometers.
Chance. Sasa nimeingia aje? Oh. Sini gua apa jamnya? Ini gua apa? Demo. Ini lazima tutolee zote. Demo.
Nimebrinda hapo. Ana replace water bottle. Ingekuwa sisi. Ingekuwa sisi. Hoteli lazima una make advantage na. Ikifika hivyo. Narudi hapa Nigeria, South Sudan, South Africa, kila mahali Nigeria. On the weekends inafaa ishike mbaya sana. Ikawa wanaenda weekend. Kwa view Kenya kiasi. Uko unatoka na maskini. Mimi napenda hivi sana. Jamani. Jamaica. Jamaica. Pangie za payslip zinakuja. Payslips. Pangie venye zinakuja. Nasema. Yonaanza. Niko kama 17. Nimejaa tena. Upside down.
It all started with a founded on a vision of technology with a goal to transform lives and not just a university. We are forming a transformational force in higher education.
Angalia kama hii ya mahindi. Angalia kama hii ya mahindi. Lo ni nini?
Halmana trebil. Ay gar mo pala gala gala ko do wor wasa ni malata true. Change in the global south. I really appreciate this because climate justice is a very new concept.
Look at those palm trees there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, you see, in the morning, Mr. Philip has already given me a depth of 1 hour. And then we have had a very heavy lunch. The chicken was good. So in Ethiopia, in Amharic, we call this period as Simmerman period, half asleep, half awake. So we are going to have an energizer now. So Mr. Cheeser, where did he go? He just went out, so he is going to give us, yeah, please come. So we are in his hands for next couple of minutes so that we are awake fully, yeah?
So thank you. I will just be here on the side so that we can follow. It will be something very small, very light, so that even people of my age can handle. Okay? Yeah. So we are going to stand up, ladies and gentlemen. Let us stand up. So you'll just do what I do. So you're going to put your legs together, just like this. Then hold yourselves, arms akimbo, just like this. Then I'm first going to do it alone so that everyone see them doing. Then just like do this, okay? As simple as that. So let's start, go. It's like a circle until I stop. Okay, so thank you very much. So now we are going to do like this, arms like this, exactly like this. With legs together. Okay, then now this is going to be the second final. So I want you to see me like this. So now I start with arms like this, then I'll spread them. Eventually, the arms will be like this and the legs will be apart. So we are starting. Just a few. Just like possible. We can do it. Wow. Okay. We go for the final one? Okay. Thank you very much. One more, okay. No, so this one we did it in nursery school, okay? We are going to do under-leg clapping. 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 Smile! Under-leg clapping. Under-leg clapping. Under-leg clapping. Under-leg clapping. So, what do you want? When do you want it? What do you want? When do you want it? What do you want? When do you want it? What do you want? When do you want it? What do you want? When do you want it?
Thank you, Chaser. Let's give him a big hand, please. I think it's also time that we need to continue to acknowledge both Pakcha and Kenyatta University for this excellent, time that we are having. Because, when we enter into a car, when we travel, we are inside the car, but we don't know it's the engine that's pulling us, right? It's taking us to places. So the engine from Pakcha and Kenyatta University, Sylvia, Mr. Ali, Ekitoy, and the whole team, I cannot list all of them, and as well as Professor Duncan and others. Let's give them a big hand. So yesterday, by chance, I ended up reading a poem by an Ethiopian poet, and his name is Abbai Gobanna. He wrote a poem titled Al Velladum, which means I don't want to be born. So, we were talking about age, right? Mr. Ayele talked about, boomer uncles and, X generation. And then already, we are touching 50. But then think of the young kid. So it affected me a lot because the young kid who is in the mother's womb, he or she said that I don't want to be born into a chaos, the chaos that you have created, right? And then while I was thinking about this, then one of my colleague sitting here, a youth activist, global youth activist, Yared, he brought me some news. He said, Doctor, whenever we see the TV, there is violence. And then when there is violence, we see young kids with guns and, when there is migration, when there is an issue that people are migrating from place to place, again, we see youngsters. So when we talk about conflict, it is the youth who are affected. If we talk about migration, it's the youth who are migrating because lack of, when there is lack of resources, then there is lack of employment, then there are a number of issues. So I think Today we have an excellent presentation which will actually try to address the issue. You know, the ultimate threat multiplier, climate change, it worsens existing social, economic, environmental risks that can fuel unrest and potentially result in violent conflict. So we usually see in the news that there are violent conflicts, but I think we all also understand that most of those conflicts have environmental issues underpinning what's happening. Yeah, this is, and there are a number of studies which have clearly indicated that in Africa mostly it is environment which is fueling conflict, lack of resources, lack of access to resources, you know, degradation of land, and so on and so forth. So we have an excellent presentation and group work for today afternoon by Mr. Nakubile Moyo, and I already apologized with him for mispronouncing his name. But the good thing is he's called amongst his peers and his friends as Mr. Q. So we have a presentation from Mr. Q. So he is the coordinator of Southern Africa Continental Early Warning System, SAPPC, and in coordination with the African Union Political Affairs Peace and Security Unit, he is actually running the Continental SADC's Continental Early Warning System, where he is involved in early warning and early response. And he's going to take us through the nexus between climate, peace, and conflict, right? So we all understood that conflict is affecting the youth to the maximum extent than the elderly people like us. So we will hear from the horse's mouth exactly what you need to know and how you need to address them and where you should look into the underlying factors. So Mr. Nakubile, please, the floor is yours. So let's give him a big hand. So all the way from Zimbabwe. Yeah.
I think like Eugene, I have to adjust, eh? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. We just had a meal, hey? I can tell from the responses. I guess what I've tried to do actually, because I already saw that, you know, we had lost track of time, but the conversations have been so rich that, you know, it was worth the time, you know, detract going off time because the content was so rich and so relevant. But at the same time, we want to try and manage our time so that, you know, we know that some may have to travel, some may not necessarily be staying with us where we're staying. So we tried to minimize the content a little bit so that we can try to keep up with time, maybe an hour and a half. If it goes well, maybe even less. But allow me then to just jump straight into it. What we're trying to do here is to analyze that linkage or to speak to those issues that deal with conflict and climate change. And when those two are put together to some extent, then that's where we come up with even the term climate security, right? And where we come from, I'm with a couple of colleagues of mine who are from, one is from Uganda, the other one is from Mozambique. The institution that we're coming from, globally, it's called GPAC, Global Partnerships for the Prevention of Armed Conflict. But GPAC works through regions and through local-based CSOs in peace building. And so we've got what we call ECOSOC status with the UN. So we get to implement certain things on behalf of the UN at a global level. So we are in this process where we're developing a guidance note or a toolkit, if you can call it, that looks at how that nexus between, you know, a locally based toolkit that looks at how local communities themselves can be able to, you know, identify climate threats and how they are relating to some of even the conflicts within their communities. And more importantly, collecting data within these particular spaces, and then seeing how then we can interpret that data, seeing then how we can maybe even forecast. Because when we talk of early warning sometimes, you know, but when you talk of climate change, you're looking at long-term periods, right? 20, 30 years going up. But what we're trying to do is how do we squeeze that time a little bit smaller in terms of climate, where we can start to predict weather climate issues. It's a bit of a tricky situation that we're still exploring with. But I think even this being a fertile ground for sharp minds like the ones we have here and the expertise we have in the room, we thought to some extent, as much as we speak to that, we're going to be dropping some nuggets into some of that, and then we take it up as we go. So what we do also is we use what's called a human security approach. Can anyone tell me, just real quick, what do we mean when we say a human security approach? Does anybody have an idea? Feel free, just shout it out. Human security approach. Yes, Chief. What do we mean exactly when we say human security? The approach itself. Thank you very much. I think he hit it spot on. When we talk of a human security approach, we're looking at it from all stakeholders involved. We're looking at it from, the social, the economic, the political. We're looking at all the drivers and all the stakeholders, the relevant stakeholders, from community to local government, the regional organizations, everybody involved. So we look at the role that everybody needs to play, because especially when you look at it from such a broad perspective, it needs everybody's input, right? So we look at all these stakeholders that are there and all the different push and pull factors from different spaces. So climate change itself is a threat multiplier, and but we use certain indicators then that kind of like give us the flash points to say this is what's happening. That point to some of those different sectors that we look at, whether it's from a government, from a social, economic, or political perspective, from a human development index kind of like perspective also. So we look at issues of like economic growth. Is it slow? Is it going? Is it slow? What are the factors affecting that? Energy supply issues, which are one of the main drivers, because even if you look from a global perspective, the competition for energy, given this dispensation we're coming to, where renewable energy, issues of lithium, the big powers also competing for spaces where the countries where they have these particular resources, which is part of the causes of some of these climates, some of these conflicts that we have. We also look at population growth. How is the population growth relating in terms of like the resources within that particular space? The rising sea levels, when we take it back even more deeper into the climate side of issues, the rising social inequalities, the class structures that are sometimes influencing the conflicts within communities, where the haves are having more, the middle class is slowly disappearing, poverty is worsening. Those are some of the key drivers also of conflicts within spaces. And we look at, food security issues, increased food security diminishing, water security at the same time, health, diseases. We just came out of the COVID pandemic, and you saw how it ravaged and totally destabilized even certain spaces and economies, and increased suffering, while some were making millions and billions out of it, right? And, climate-induced migration also, and the rising urbanization pressures that are also taking place. And more importantly also, one of the key things that I think we need to also be looking at within this spectrum is the issue of technology. Because there are technologies out there, but the question to some extent is, where they are being developed is, can we in the global south afford them? And those that have, are they willing to share with us those technologies so that we are all at least at the same footing in the language that we'll be talking about, whether it's in the climate security space or strictly on the climate change spaces also, or even within the peace and security sector also. Because technology is a key driver from a developmental perspective. I think if we go to the next one. Next slide. Because from here, I can't see it. At the end of the day, climate change discourse or climate security discourse should be able also to influence national, regional, and continental policies. Because at the end of the day, we're living in a globalized space, right? So we all need to take responsibility and be able to balance off how we share the resources that we have. But this has to happen now amongst warring parties, some who are not even best friends. Imagine right now, we've been seeing Rwanda and DRC, throwing missiles at each other, and then they have to sit down and talk to each other in terms of like, how do we share water resources and this and that. It's not quite easy conversation. Imagine now how even Ukraine and Russia, 2/3 of Ukraine's conserved spaces, the conservation spaces are now occupied by Russian forces. That's where they are using as their basis. So that means biodiversity is just being, destroyed in that particular space. But there is no room for them to sit down and discuss those issues in terms of conflict spaces, right? So in the long and short of it, climate change reduces human security by making people less productive, less wealthier in, diminishing in terms of their output and richness. And especially those within the African context where we are very much reliant on, climate-linked sectors. We talk of agriculture, which is mainly rain-fed. We are very dependent on our natural resources. So all these combined also now with our weak governance systems are big threats when we put them all together into one mix. But we're looking at it from a human security perspective, right? We're trying to bring them all together so we can have a better security risk analysis of all those. Next slide, please. I'm going to try to be a little bit fast just to catch up with time here. And practically, we see this happening in different spaces. I'll just point out a few examples. You see the growing deserts within the Sahel region displacing people within that particular space, and it's worsened by the conflict that's already there and the mass migration that's taking place over there. Somalia, where you find that the climate-induced pressures have also accelerated the civil conflict that's already in that particular space. We also find that in India and Pakistan, I think one of the speakers spoke of those countries, both nuclear-powered, and they've got a big dispute where they are threatening even to some extent to even fire nuclear weapons at each other over the Angus waters, competition over that water, how it's used, and this and that. And we also see that in Syria sometimes, where it's believed even the 2008 uprising was actually one of the key drivers was because that drought forced a lot of small-scale farmers to move into different spaces. And those spaces were the ones that were the first and the most intense in terms of the uprisings that took place within that particular space out of the frustrations they had before that. And we see also the Ethiopian Grand Renaissance Dam, Egypt, Ethiopia and Sudan, almost at the brink of another conflict there. And even when we want to go even further adrift, you look at Europe, how it's weaponized and even militarized their borders because of the huge influx of the forced migration that's taking place from our spaces. And you've even had cases of the military shooting to death some of these migrants. And I even came across a video, we haven't authenticated it yet, of I think it was in Morocco, somewhere between the Moroccan border, where it's estimated that almost about 100, it's about 2 days ago, 100 or so African refugees were killed by the police and the armed forces. And someone was actually recording, fully in military gear, beating them up with iron sheets, iron steel bars, and they were dead. They just stomped them. Yeah, that's why I put a disclaimer, because I know how sensitive. We haven't verified it yet. So, but we saw that. Thank you for the clarification. Next slide, please. But to bring it further, maybe before we even move forward a little bit, I like to some extent, to contextualize it to our local space. Maybe I can solicit maybe Marian, my partner from Uganda, if she can come and just maybe, Marian, just for about 3 to 5 minutes, just try and contextualize some of these conflicts, because I think it's important that we have a clearer picture, but a more homegrown picture of some of the things that are happening specifically right here, right now within the community, so that it can add value to this conversation. Marian, here you go, madam. A round of applause for Marian.
Thank you so much, Nkobile. My name is Marian Akiteng, and we are doing the same thing that he is doing. He asks me to come and give us a context of what is happening in Uganda, and we're particularly doing something in Uganda in a district called Kabong, which is more of a pastoral community. And some of the things that he mentions are, you can't talk about climate change and separate it from conflict. You also can't separate it from all the other factors. For example, we have a scenario where this is a community that is pastoral. It has conflict. The district is bordered with South Sudan, also bordered with Kenya, and then we have small arms coming in. Then we have cattle rustling. Actually, someone said that the most stressed cattle in that area or in Uganda are from that area. So the people themselves are stressed, and then the animals are also stressed. So when you talk about climate and security, the question is, what is the meeting point? And earlier on, different presenters mentioned these things. Someone is also asking, how do young people come in? It's good to see young people here. But you see, the people who are doing the raids are also the young people. So young people, can we redirect your energy? When you look at also the conflicts in those areas, they are also gender related. Who is initiating? Who is encouraging the other to go and steal? That's the other bit. Then you come to look at, you also come to look at the nature or the culture of the particular place is such that they have got to give themselves security. And that security is by cutting down the trees, while you and them are going to build a fence. For them, they will use sticks, or they'll use wood. So they can clear a whole area, and you must be determined to break through that manyata if you really have to. So that is their way of securing themselves and their animals. When they sense there is going to be trouble in one part of the village, then they're going to move their animals, shift them across to the other end of the village. And when they move that side, that means they again have got to cut down trees to build kraals that they're going to keep in their animals. So this entire story of climate change, security, human-induced is interrelated. You cannot do one and leave the other out. When you talk about resources, if the area, like now, that particular area is rich, it has got gold. The question is, who is mining this gold? We had an energizer here. We want climate justice. We want it right now. And I think one of the presenters said, can we get our governments to look at climate change, address it as a state of emergency? Who is mining? And what kind of method of mining is used in this place? So there's an open cast kind of mining, and then the place is left bare. So there's food insecurity, there's insecurity itself, there's environmental insecurity, lots of security statements in there. So the challenge is to us as young people who have come in here and telling ourselves, what do we do? How can we help our communities? Can we go back to have a conflict of information? One thing is also data. Someone asked the question, do we have journalists who have been trained? Analyzing data is so boring. Reading data is so boring. But you see, we must record this data. It has to be documented. Kenya and Uganda, we remember very well when we had the locusts, yeah? Now, in that particular community, the elders in the community have a traditional way of detecting trouble. So what they do is they cut an animal, get the intestines or the offals, and then begin to read them And someone is laughing. You have an idea. But after reading the intestines, they eat them. So they read the intestines, interpreted that we were actually going to have an invasion of the locusts. And then they informed the local government, the lower local government, or the formal institutions. And the formal institutions did not believe them. Then the locusts came. And then they remembered, but the elders told us the locusts were going to invade. Now the question is, did anybody document that forecast, that discernment, that foretelling that there were going to be locusts in the area? Well, the locusts came, they took a walk via our area, they went to Karamoja and back to Amudat, then I don't know where they went after that. But all these things come together. Young people reconnect with the older generation for you to know what's happening. Those who are recording, it is important to document everything. Those of us who are seated here, can we fight for our land? Because the people who have stood here before to speak are seniors. They're in the afternoons of their lives. So the rest of us are in the mid-morning, midday. We need to do something about this. So we cannot separate climate change, security, and all the other factors. Thank you.
Thank you, Marian. I think with that presentation, the idea is to contextualize it a little bit more and bring it closer to home. And also she brought in a very interesting dynamic in terms of, what's important also, what we need to remember is to have a clear position of how we analyze some of these conflicts that we see happening today. Because I think that's where a lot we lose a little bit of how then we handle some of these situations because of the lack of proper analysis. Some of the conflicts that we see within our region are not even our own. They might be taking place on in our continents, but originally they are not our own conflicts. They are induced for certain reasons out there, whether to exploit resources. So it's important for us to have a clear conflict analysis process, and even from an interpretation perspective, because it informs then how we respond to those particular issues. And also that she also brought in that dynamic of the early warning systems that we have. It can be meteorological ones, right? Where we have the windmills, we've got this and that. And then we've got the indigenous knowledge systems, which is still also on its own a little bit of at a clashing point, because the question is, which ones do we use first? Who do we listen to more? Do we rubbish the indigenous knowledge systems? And how best do we make these actually work together, right? But what's important also, moving on, is the fact that, these challenges that we face don't come in as new issues. It's the same issues that we're dealing with, but they just come back somewhat in a slightly different manner. They just come back already. It's the problems we know that we're still dealing with when we talk of climate security also. They just come back a little bit more intense. If it's floods, they are twice as intense. If it's issues of, they are happening more frequently. And at the same time, they'll affect more people in terms of numbers. But at the same time, it pushes the states, the countries, the regions into states of fragility where peace and security is very much compromised. But we have to understand it even from a climate side of issues, right? Because we've kept these two sectors differently, but I think it's time that we are able to marry these two, because there's such a strong correlation. And even from a policy and advocacy perspective, then we can even have more sound arguments even when we sit around the table, when we negotiate within the different platforms, whether it's from a conflict perspective, whether it's from a climate perspective, but backed by data that we've collected within these particular spaces, and also being able to marry these two because they are so interrelated and they are mutually reinforcing. Next slide, please. So, a bit of a context. When a conflict happens, when there's an armed conflict, these are some of the things that take place on the ground in terms of from the environmental perspective side of issues. There's the impact on the landscape, right? The habitants within that particular space are displaced. Infrastructure is destroyed, which will need more natural resources for us to rebuild, right? Wildlife, wildfires, scorched earth policies, some of the tactics that are used in warfare, and even some when the bombs discharge, they cause huge wildfires that can go for days and weeks, right? Chemical pollution, because when the enemy attacks, they look for key infrastructure like your petrol reserves, your army barracks, your airports, your chemical plants. And you can imagine the impact when those places are bombed and the kind of pollution that takes place within that particular area. And some of these, the things that come from those particular spaces then pollute the soil. They even pollute the underground water, and it affects the long-term production of food and agriculture within those particular spaces. And the biodiversity within that particular space is lost. We have, I think, a module that's going to come up on biodiversity challenges also. But within conflicts, these are some of those issues that take place. And we must speak out about these impacts, specifically when you look at it from an armed conflict side of issues, because they have a very strong bearing when it even comes to the climatic side of issues. Next slide, please. Now, I'm going to speak a little bit to the structural side of issues in terms of what kind of systems do we have that we can speak to, or that can be key in us to be able to address and speak to some of these issues. I'll start maybe right from the top. We've got the UN, right? UN Security Council. Almost 80, at least the majority of the resolutions or the agenda there is conflicts which are within Africa. But we still don't have a permanent seat within that particular space. But yet we are the ones that are on the agenda. They're the ones out there that are making all the decisions for us, and we can't even determine how we handle our own issues. You see countries like Somalia, DRC, Mali, and even Mozambique now, where these resources are, the gas, the cobalt, the coltan, the unending conflicts that are there. Remember some of the issues I mentioned in issues of saying we have to be able to analyze some of these conflicts specifically in how they are playing into our weaknesses from a governance perspective, but benefiting somebody out there from an economic perspective. And when we have these conflicts there, you have the elites, the armed groups, exploiting some of the people on the ground, especially the young people being recruited to fight. And we also have, women being raped, kidnapped, and sexually abused. And, though women are changing the narrative, I heard a narrative where women are saying, who told you that we are victims in some of these conflicts? Maybe sometimes we are going there willingly because we've made a choice. That will actually make an interesting discussion when it develops, because some are saying we're joining these armed groups out of choice. We're not being forced. And I think in Nigeria, you're even seeing some cases where the women are rescued and they say, no, take me back. Who said I wanted to be rescued? So these are some of the changing dynamics within this particular space. Next slide, please. So what can we do? First thing is we must work together to, towards building, strengthening the momentum from the global south to deliberately start discussing climate change and security threats jointly. And these mechanisms need to be mutually reinforcing. We need to have a same policy position together and be able to speak to some of these challenges, because our policies, even at a regional, whether it's at a national or continental level, are disjointed. I can give an example of saying maybe some of the normative frameworks that we have, if you want to say from a SADC to an AU perspective. In SADC, we've got what we call a sovereignty clause. You cannot go into a country, even if it's burning, up until that country says, we've failed to contain this conflict. You can watch from afar, but when they invoke the sovereignty clause, even if people are dying on the street, you cannot go into that country. From a broader perspective, where even sometimes the AU gets some slack to say AU is useless, there is what we call the subsidiarity clause, where even if the country finally says we cannot handle this conflict, then they pass it on to the REC. Let's say if we're going to take the context of Mozambique. Mozambique said we need help. The onus is now on SADC. Where, if and when SADC fails, that's when then they can alert the AU. Only then can the AU then intervene, but otherwise not anytime sooner. So we need to be able then to look at these normative frameworks and say, are we serving the interests of maybe selfish politicians who are there just to protect themselves as a club of leaders, which are not in the best interests of the bigger population of the region and the continent itself? So we need to start to revisit some of the policies we have from a peace and conflict side of issues, so that it makes it easier sometimes to even address some of them in a climatic perspective, but all that can be done conjointly. And from the conflict prevention movements also must come together, as I mentioned, with the peace building side of issues. The global south, or should I say north, countries are way steps ahead of us. I'll give you an example to say that the EU and America already identified climate security or climate threats as far back as 2008. I think the EU recognized it officially into policy in 2008. Then the US and NATO followed suit, I think in like 2010. And already from then, they've been crafting their military, their national policies to start to work towards mitigating all these challenges. Yet they are the ones that are polluting. They are the ones that are least affected. But we, the ones that are worst affected, what do we have? We haven't started planning yet. We haven't put any structures in place. So all the more reason why we need to get moving very fast. But at the same time, what I would like to pinpoint there is to say these initiatives have to be locally informed, specifically when we talk of climate issues, because the communities are the ones that experience these issues on a day-to-day basis. So they need to have ownership of these. We cannot have a, what we call it, top-bottom approach. This has to be a bottom-up approach, right? Next slide, please. This then leads me to speak to this. I think in a while, we're just going to open it up now to an open discussion, because we want also to be time sensitive, but at the same time, keep the conversations flowing. We all need to be part of this discussion. This brings me then to what within that project that I mentioned before, where we've got this, we're developing this guidance toolkit, which is locally informed, collecting the data at community level. The communities are the ones that are leading these issues, but in partnership with government and various stakeholders, and even roping in the global actors such as the UN and various other actors. So it's key also to mention, I think it's been mentioned before, but that as much as Africa is the least responsible for the greenhouse emissions, but we are the ones that are worst affected. So we need to have ownership and start pushing these issues through. And we are the ones that are supposed to be able to write our own stories, interpret our own data, create our various own systems, and then so that we can move out of the hole that we're in currently. And I think at this juncture, maybe just to keep it moving, I would like to invite Duncan and Marian to come join, because what we were supposed to have a presentation before lunch, and then after lunch we were supposed to have this discussion. So we're just going to mash them all together and use this also as an opportunity to take questions and answers, and just turn this into more of like a presentation or an open floor discussion. I think I'll end there for now. Thank you very much.
So let's make it a little bit louder, yeah? And while they are seated, and I know that you have a lot of pressing questions, we have a small 1-minute energizer, so that until then they get seated there, yeah? So let me call them. Let's give them a big hand. We know
No, just come.
And we want to make the session a bit jovial. We want to have a dance. You can join if you wish. We have to present you with a Maasai traditional dance, just for 1 minute. Thank you.
Gato kwenye beat.
Slowly trying to see where you fit in, what your area of work would be when it comes to climate justice. So this is a very important area that you may also pick up. So feel free to ask questions. Please forward your questions to the excellent panel here. And so we'll take a couple of questions, we'll have answers, and then we'll do it again. Yeah. So one here, Mike, please. I know some of you are still shaking your heads, yeah?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elvis Kadama from Uganda. My question goes to the panelists. I come from a country where industrialization is, I can say, is just taking place. And these industries are mostly located in swampy areas. She's from Uganda and she knows what I'm trying to talk about. When you look at the Namamve industrial area, there are very many industries there, and almost the swamp is getting finished, or it got finished. Two, how is our government prepared to climate crisis, and yet they are the one who's promoting climate injustice? Then two, we also have acts of mining. I can say we do mine a lot of sand. And it here happens that the government itself gives contracts to investors who do mining in lakes. How are we prepared to control such acts so that we can achieve the UN SDG goal 13. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So more hands. Yeah, please. Here. Please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Isapuke Abigail from Kenya. My question goes on the issue of climate justice, effect of climate change on the continental region, more especially now that there is an inception of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and it hasn't been brought into force still. So what are we like now that we are having this session on PACJA that is tackling climate justice? Are we trying to incorporate that agenda in the free trade area that is being enacted now? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a general question. We'll see whether the panelists can answer, but because, this session was about the nexus between climate change and security issues.
Okay.
Anyway, it's okay, thank you. So, I think we had 2 energizers and still the hands are not up. So, I'm not happy. I'm not going to let you go without asking questions. Yeah, yourself and then the one there, yeah, please. And then Sylvia and Ekito are going to be mad at me, because I pressurized them to come here. So.
Voilà, moi, je vais m'exprimer en français.
Just a minute. One more for you. Yeah? Yeah, yes. Yes, please.
Voilà, bonsoir tout le monde. Je réponds au nom de Vayanga Donzo de la République de Guinée-Conakry. Voilà, tous les pays veulent se développer, et notamment les pays africains, sans autant causer vraiment des conséquences sur la nature. Je voulais savoir s'il est possible de concilier le développement, c'est-à-dire la destruction vraiment de l'environnement. Il est-il possible de concilier le développement sans pouvoir autant causer vraiment des conséquences énormes sur la biodiversité? Je vous remercie.
Should be channel 1. Yeah, next one.
Thank you so much. My name is Odinga. I'm from Kenya. My question is mostly towards advocacy and influencing. Sorry.
Take the mic nearer.
It's okay now?
It's okay.
Thank you. My name is Odinga. I'm from Kenya. My question is more towards influencing and advocacy. Next week or thereabout, we are going to have an AU summit meeting in Zambia. And one of the things I was looking at in the presser that they are going to release is the difference in the budgets between defense issues and agriculture issues and food system issues. And my question is this: as climate change, people fighting climate change, basically, is there a way we can include in our influencing and advocacy strategies to talk to the governments and ensure that they raise their budgets in agriculture and food systems, and perhaps lower the budgets in defense forces, police and interior security? Secondly, my question, I've been trying to ask this question from morning. It's still about influencing. We are being told that we should let petroleum, gas, and others stay in the soil. But then, if, for example, Senegal has discovered they have a lot of oil, but since they are committed to the green resolutions, they don't want to mine this oil to exacerbate the situation that's already worse. Is there any way in the negotiations for climate finance that we are willing to compensate such acts of boldness? Thank you.
Thank you. I think, so let me take a couple of hands here. Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, please go ahead. So I think it would be good also if you can forward questions related to the nexus between climate change and security.
I just want to ask my question based on the question he asked.
Okay, so that will go to Professor Goldwyn, which, you know...
It's okay, yeah, you can hear the question then you tell me.
Yeah.
My name is Florida Raymond from Tanzania. I wanted to talk about, to ask about you spoke about involving youth into decision making. But is there a way that we can maybe have youth council of which it will be easier for them to read to the government leaders? Because in Tanzania we have children council whereby children they are able to meet with government leaders. They speak about what their challenges and how to be able to solve them. But we don't have a youth council. But we actually on the process of trying to advocate about the youth council so that we can get one, and it will be easier for us to be able to communicate and participate into the decision-making body. So I was asking if you can be able to help add. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ruth from Kenya. I'm talking about this issue of environmental conflict and women. In Africa, you know, it's a patriarchal society where men are the people who own lands. They are the ones who have the final say on resources like water, trees in the forest, and the rest. But by the end of the day, they come back home where women are. These boys, before they start even hustling, they stay with their mothers even up to the age of 12, and they are the mothers who impact this knowledge to them or most of the things they learn from home. How will you engage or involve an African woman from the household level to the national level, to the international level, to be able to assist in handling these issues, environment and conflict?
Thank you. So I think we'll have the first, let them answer the first session of questions and then we'll come back again, yeah? So we'll start from Mr. Nakobili.
Thank you for the good questions. I'll answer them, some of them conjointly and some maybe a little bit more specific. And firstly, to my colleague in Uganda, you spoke of the wetlands that are being invaded. I think those are some of those issues where we're saying now, we've been having these conversations as CSOs within and as activists. But what's more important now is how do we link these conversations to influence policy? That means then we have to involve right down from our local government to our traditional leaders and cascade it all the way up there. But then the issue should be then, how do we capacitate, firstly, those communities to be able to, they know what the issues are. Don't think that they don't know. They know exactly what the challenges are. But then the issue then sometimes can be, how do we capacitate them then to be able to communicate with the corridors of power? Because in dialogue, we've got what we call the different tracks of dialogue. There's track 1, track 2, track 3, up until track 5, which is the high level ones. Sometimes when you need to capacitate the communities to be able to engage now, or even to translate those issues now into policy issues, to say that this is what we want. This is how we want these issues to be addressed. And from those kind of issues where at community level you're seeing that the wetlands are being invaded, then I'll give an example of Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, I think a couple of months ago, we had to pass a wetlands bill, which strictly prohibited any kind of construction or development on wetlands, because we were dealing with what I would like to call politics of the stomach, where the politicians were just parceling out this land to anyone who's got money, and they would build on these particular places, and the houses would be flooded. You know, when it's raining, you know, you find your wardrobe is floating on water. You know, it was just a pure mess. So it's those kind of discussions where now we need to amplify them higher, but we build the capacities as CSOs, as those that are here in these particular rooms. We have to advocate and be able to capacitate and stand for those that may not have the ability to speak the language of power, but be able to translate that. And then on the issue of defense, on the AU one, I would like to say, why you find that the defense bills are always so high, even in countries where people are starving, is because of that fragility that I mentioned before, where you find that governments are arming themselves, not because they've got external enemies out there, but they're arming themselves to be able to repress their own people when they rise up, because they know that the people are not happy, the people have many disgruntlements, so they would rather spend 15 billion on buying new arms and riot gear, rubber bullets, you know, the latest tanks, the latest water, you know, those things that spray water, just so they can fight, you know, their own people. If you look at a lot of our countries, we don't have many external enemies, but the worst internal enemy that our government sees sometimes is us, the very citizens themselves. Hence then food security, issues of food security, investing in food, investing in climate issues becomes a secondary issue. So that's where then we're saying we need to engage and have them understand some of the challenges we had. Lastly, I want to speak on the issue of the youth. I started off as a youth advocate, and I still am, even though I've migrated out of the youth bracket itself. But from a youth issue, I think the first thing is being able to organize yourselves in, you know, structured manners within, whether it's from the CSO side, right up to the ability where I was saying that then you need to be able to speak to power. Firstly, when you look at it from a policy perspective, yes, of course, it's important to have a youth council, because it becomes that space where you air your issues right up to policy level with government. But bear in mind that youth institutions, those youth councils, they are arms of government. They are funded by government. So you'll find more likely they speak the language of government, right? But then what's important is how you organize in terms of your CSO side of issues. The kind of issues that you should be aiming for is not loans or pity parties. I think we are a very educated youth, very empowered, very knowledgeable. What we need to start speaking to issues of saying we want a youth policy. And not only do we just want a youth policy, we also want to have a youth act. Because it's one thing to have a policy, but if it doesn't have an act is what then gives the policy teeth and accountability issues. Then if you've got a policy, but you can't hold the government accountable to say, in the policy it says 50% of youth are supposed to be part of the parliamentarians, it's useless. So you need to have a youth policy, you need to have a youth act that supports that particular policy. And those policies should speak to how youth is mainstreamed into all sectors of government, in all the ministries where they have youth representatives that speak to youth issues that you can talk to and have those regular engagements with government. I think from an organizational perspective, that's what I would say, because those are the basic frameworks, depending on then the conversations that you want to have, depending on the context that you have. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam, I think you can speak to the question of gender, yeah, and also others.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll start from home. The question on the swamps, how is our government ready? I'd like to challenge my brother that about mid-June, there was a national conference on addressing the SDG 16, the SDGs, and the challenge was that we're supposed to meet the SDGs by 2030. So between now and then we have 8 years. And there were several side events happening. I participated in the SDG 16 plus. And so that would have been an opportunity for us to pass the information direct to our government and tell them, are we ready to address climate change? So if you didn't participate, I hope somebody else participated to let them know about that. And the question on how do we get the women to get to the national level to talk about these things. One thing I know in psychology is that boys are closer to their mothers. If you want to see a war break out, abuse a mother of a boy, and then you'll see war. So how to get the women to get there is, first of all, to get them to appreciate there's a problem at the lowest level. You know, in Africa, we pass our messages in very interesting ways. We will do anything. And it doesn't matter how senior you are, the fact that it's a woman who is putting it across, you will listen. So we will start from organize the women, get them to appreciate, ask them let them know they have a role. They have a role to play, they are able, they have the potential. Culture has dictated that women are weak, but women are strong. They are strong. Like it or you don't like it, women are strong. It does not matter. It doesn't matter. If the women stood up right now here and chose to take a certain action, all the men will take off without choice. Meanwhile, they will not have spoken, but they'll first stand. So my sister, I'd like to encourage you is you get yourselves to organize. Organize yourselves, organize the women. Right now, we are thinking of getting a group of women who are from Kabong and Karenga. The challenge is resources. To go to South Sudan and talk to the women in South Sudan, to talk to their sons. Who has the shops for the guns that come and kill people, kill animals, cause sleepless nights? The only person, by the way, sisters, if you have brothers, or you have a husband who doesn't listen, go to the mother. The person will listen. So, my dear, you have got the power. You have the potential. You just need to organize yourselves and tell yourselves, you know, here, we have got to be intentional to get this to the end. I have a brother, he's married, but when he causes chaos, the wife knows where to go. She will come and look for me. Then I'll ask him, so do you want daddy to turn in the grave because you're doing ABCD? And my brother will listen. So we have potential. We can. Young people, before you get to do anything, of course, some of you must be, you're seeing me seated here and wondering, now this one, how did she get there? Question is, what is your purpose? Why are you alive? When you die, what should people remember you for? Is it chaos? Is it a legacy? Have you caused a change? Because the reason they'll not listen to us as young people or listen to you as a young person is because of the track record that is out there. Uganda as a country, we have Uganda National Students Association. Like he said, many of these are government arms. But the thing is, are you going to take every instruction? Because it's government. Are you going to take every instruction? Because you'll follow that instruction and the person who is going to be left in pain is your family. And then what do they say? That what? That what did you live for? What did you? No one has come up to get young people to actually look for their purpose in life. Once you know your purpose in life, you will be able to do something that will cause a change in your community. I keep telling people, for those of you who went to Makerere, the motto of Makerere is we build for the future. I've told myself I'm not building a future, I am now building a legacy. So that those who come and mourn when I die have reason to mourn. Not in the process of mourning, they say, at least we have rested, this one has died. So that is the challenge I leave with you as young people. Yes, I think I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, madam. Let's give her a big hand.
Good afternoon. Allow me take a number of questions that came from the panel. A number of them have been answered, but I'll put a little bit emphasis on the same. Getting to our question from our brother Elvis from Uganda, I want to put it clearly that different nations have different
interests, and especially related to environmental conservation and other agendas. Having an industry being set in a swampy or any place that is related to a water catchment area, I'll clearly put it like maybe Uganda is not following keenly on the Ramsar Convention on the wetlands. This needs to come clearly. If it is an aspect that is going to compromise the ability of the environment to sustain or to be at a position that it will help its nature and the people, then I believe that right policies needs to be put across. Looking at the aspect of mining sand that you are bringing on table, recently the same problem is happening here in Kenya. And we've got a lot of information, people going to quarries, people getting a living from this. I believe that our governments are not still getting it right. Looking at this, there are mechanisms or there are innovations that can be used to do this in a very good way. But clearly to address this, we need to put policies very well. We need to have our environment being a priority to ourselves. There are people, okay, there is a researcher who said that if you pollute this environment in future, it will pay more than you expect to you. So we need to be very clear and become the custodians of our environment. Then the second question, the effect of climate change on the continental free trade. This is becoming a challenge, and I want to really bring that, being that the climate change aspect is what we are having today as the talk of each and every country. The problem is becoming like, how are we revolutionizing the concepts of this climate change, and how are our nations or countries adapting or having mitigation measures? The problem comes like we have the potential to tap into the clean energy mechanisms. Where are we not looking at the aspects of fossil fuels that are bringing this process of having all the challenges? I believe that free trade cannot still happen. It started sometimes back when we lost our president. Allow me remember this name. The president, this president who was killed by the US government, who wanted to become the king of Africa. Gaddafi, yeah, that's the name I was looking for. If you realize the mechanisms at which Gaddafi wanted to have the systems and the economies come true, we're still not getting the concept right, because of the indifferences in the currencies we have in our countries. People are not ready to lose the value of their currencies. Equally, we are not looking at the political ideology that is going to bring us together as an Africa that we want. When someone brings an aspect that we need to talk about Africa as a business, then people start to change minds. And this is where now the problem is coming. And in real sense, the biggest issue that will never be solved is the issue of fossil fuels. By the time we get it right and the script gets to be very well put and innovations be put into that, look at whatever Ukraine is doing. Look at whatever Russia is doing. These developing countries that have developed through the use of these fossil fuels are coming up all through this process. When Africa, we get this concept right, then we're going to be at a safe place. Allow me maybe handle the second last question as I move the platform to other. This has not been handled. Countries underdeveloped in the process of developing. What is the reconciliation of the process of having environment without harming? Okay, having reconciliation with environmentalism without harming or impacting. I want to believe that there is reconciliation if we accept that environment is the only home we have. We keep on saying that as we do our advocacy everywhere, we say that we don't have any other earth. When we accept that concept, then the reconciliation process will come. We need to be the custodians of the environment we have today. If I move out there, you'll realize that I carried a plastic bottle. I want to throw it somewhere else, believing that someone else is employed to do the same. We are not just to ourselves. And those are the problems. If we get them right, the problem will be solved. Are we ready to embrace the change that we want? Because we realize all the changes that comes with innovations and change in technologies, they have the impact in the environment. If we get this right, then I'm sure all the aspect of reconciliation will come. Are we coming out to become the advocates of the change we want? I'm happy whatever PACJA is doing. PACJA is everywhere, but we as the youths, or we as the people from the different platforms, are we ready to take this into consideration? If we get the script right, I want to tell you, the reconciliation between the environment and without harming the environment, things will be right. And then, do we as the government have the right policies that are needs to address the concepts or the issues that we have in place? Allow me leave that to that, because my other panelists have handled the other questions. So maybe unless anyone has.
Thank you, Professor Duncan. Let's give him a big hand. I think there was one. I'm going to park the questions now because we are running late by 1 hour, and we have a group session now. So you are going to have the panelists come around to you, and so you can directly ask them those questions. But I think the question from our colleague Odinga, I think you will have a bilateral with Professor Godwin. I will arrange it for you, and I will join you in the interesting discussion.
Maybe you tell it.
Sorry? One comment? Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Prof, since morning, most facilitators have not looked this side. My friend Professor is raising his hand since morning and nobody sees him.
Oh.
So before I comment, I will want to give him, then he will give me to make a
Okay, so there is a new announcement. First of all, I will apologize for that. Then we will not have a group discussion. So, we have a change of plans in the program because we are running late. So we will open up the floor for a couple of more questions, and we'll be together for another 10-15 minutes, and then we'll go have the nice Kenyan coffee. Yeah. So, yeah.
Then if there's more time, then let me start, then I pass over. It's not right that I speak after him.
Yes, yeah.
So, my name is...
Okay, let's listen. We learn from each other's questions too. So, yeah, please go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon. Jambo. Yeah, my name is Olonde Jacob. As a rapporteur, sometimes we just sit here writing, and so let me just speak. One is on the issue of security vis-a-vis natural resources. The climate change, we call it climate-induced security, climate-induced conflicts. So I do research also at the University of Nairobi, and my experience with the northern Kenya, most of the livestock keepers, is that the way they deal with climate change or induced conflicts is totally different from what the Nairobi people think, because for us, we just think it's guns, take the guns there, kill those guys and sort out the issue. But I've two experiences with the Pokots crossover to Uganda. For them, they have indigenous ways of dealing with it. And the one way is that nowadays they incorporate young people into their committees. So it's not about the elders telling the community what to do. It's about taking intelligence from young people, asking young people, if you want cows to go get married, or you want to burn charcoal. Why do you want to burn charcoal? Because you lack money. Then they coordinate with the county government to see how to empower these young people so that they don't over-rely on natural resources. It's not that they're doing away with, they're still allowed to marry, yes, but not those, I don't want to say retrogressive, but the traditional ways of handling resource-based conflicts. Number two is there's a very nice model which is quoted by some authors. It's called the Dether model of grazing in Isiolo. It's much among the Borana community. What they do is that the elders have got a council, and this council, they are able to monitor weather and climate. So they know it's rain this time, it's going to be dry this time. And that one, they will be able to advise the community on where to graze, where to cut down trees, what to do when. And that has been able to help address climate change, help the community build resilience, and make the community be able to adapt, whether it is floods, whether it is what. But other issues is that the political economy of climate change, which is still a great area for many authors and many decision makers, because politics comes in and invades the community. So you think you are addressing climate change, yet it is all about politics. Thank you. Let me hand over to Prof.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I don't know whether my question has expired because I had it. I'm Professor Julius Kewi Tanka from Renewable Energy Laboratory, University of Chang in Cameroon. And what we do there is to develop the renewable energy prototypes and extend them to the villages and to the communities. What I wanted to say since morning is that, and then I will ask a question. Now, there are ways of living with global warming. We of the rural engineering world, sometimes we take global warming as an opportunity and not as a problem. And next week, I'll be doing my presentation. You'll see some of the things that we do. And that is a way we can cope with global warming while waiting for the finances that we are asking for. When we have too much heat, we do refrigerators that work on solar thermal electricity. You know, so many women die during childbirth because the vaccines are stored 50 kilometers away where there is electricity and so on. But we have succeeded in using the heat from the sun, not the radiation, the heat to make refrigerators that work. We have equally solar cookers, solar ovens, and things like that, that make people to survive during global warming. We equally have solar pumps, some type of pumps that make use of solar electricity. So what I want to ask is, all these technologies, it's not as if we have invented them. They have existed, they exist in other parts of the world. What is the problem? Why are we not using them in Africa? We are just surprised. For just 1 minute, I've heard here us talking about cattle. We have developed so many formula for breeding cattle in a clean way, actually gathering all the droppings and using them to produce biogas. And then you burn the biogas, you get from methane, it goes to CO2, which is less polluting. So there are some of those technologies that we are asking, what is the problem that they cannot really be upscaled? Lastly, I would like to ask Pakja. I don't know who is Pakja here, but we are all Pakja. Is it possible for us to put up a pilot plan, maybe a small village that is living clean anywhere in Africa, a small village, cooking with solar energy, biogas, no iota of pollution whatsoever, to show people that these things are possible? It is not an invention. The technologies are there in a place where you don't burn any fuel, you don't increase any carbon to the environment. Is it possible for Pakja to do something like that in Africa? We will be ready to put in our expertise. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. I think you have asked a number of questions, and I think you will have a presentation next week. And you have already alerted our environmental engineers and others, so they are ready with more questions to you. But the ones that you have asked, our panel. So we'll take 3 more questions and then we'll close. Yeah, it's already about to be 5. So we'll take 1 here, 1 there, and okay, both of you, 4.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. I will be expressing myself in French, so please wear your casque. Bonsoir et merci encore pour la brillante présentation. Je suis Marina Fenka du Cameroun. Ma question est liée à l'analyse des données et la prévention des conflits climatiques. Est-ce qu'il est possible, ce que j'aimerais savoir, c'est est-ce qu'il est possible aujourd'hui, qu'à partir des données et des observations que nous avons en Afrique, de déterminer quelles régions sont susceptibles d'être en proie aux conflits climatiques dans l'avenir? Et si c'est possible, quelles sont les mesures que les parties prenantes prennent pour éviter ces conflits? Merci.
Yeah, excellent question. So I think it was you, and then we'll take, yeah, and one more this side. I don't know who it was. Okay, so let me do.
Okay, thank you. My name is Pamela. I'm from Cameroon. So my question is, based on the fact that the global south produced just 4% of total emission or pollution in the atmosphere, but we suffer from abject poverty and we are the most affected community. And we have emphasized a lot on reducing emission. Why don't we base our facts or our concentration on increasing the carbon sinks and allow the Africans to exploit the natural resources that we have? Thank you.
10 seconds.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Wangesa. I work with Resource Conflicts Institute. I have a question, and my question is, she mentioned something about documentation and recording some of these processes. So I'm just asking, there are a number of researches that have been done, especially within the aspect of climate change and climate justice. So I'm just asking, is there a strategy of which we can have this information get to the community level? A way of disseminating this information?
Good afternoon, all. What I want to say is that we have talked a lot about climate change, resilience, and how to act as activists and as professionals. There is something I want to share with us because, for me, the war that is happening in Ukraine, which one of our panelists or one of our presenters will talk about, I want to know what really have we learned from that war as Africans, because right now we are facing we are suffering the most, and again, those people who are fighting, we are calling them as well to even support us. We are in Africa, we have a good fertile land. Like Sierra Leone, we have a good fertile land that, and mostly anything you plant in Sierra Leone can grow. You know, so, and at the end of the day, we still call on people to support us. We are able to manage ourselves and do things on our own. You know, while we are requesting them and to come and support or to come and fix what they have spoiled, and let us as well prepare ourselves and be sensitive, be innovative to make sure that we use what we have to eat, we produce what we eat, and we're able to manage our resources. Because in this sense, even to manage our food system, we cannot as Africans. You know, you see some people go, for example, when we're having our session, some people go with their plate, they put more than what they can eat, and the remaining, you throw it. And at the end of the day, you cry and said, you want food, you want this, you want that. But at the end of the day, you are not conscious of what you are doing. You know, every day what we do is what is paying us back. So as an activist, as professionals, and let's think about it, let's go home and do something and come and discuss and have an action point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm asking a question about some few projects here in Africa, the latest and what the current situation at the moment. The dam in Ethiopia, it's all about it affected Nile Basin projects, and the crude oil project between Tanzania and Kenya from Hoima to Tanga, and recently the eruption on Tanzania side about the Masai and the national parks there. What the latest information you can get from there?
So we have.
Excuse me, there is a chat. There is a question.
Yeah, online, right? Jessica. So, please allow her to ask the question.
It's
Jessica, you
written,
can.
so I will read it.
Okay.
What happens when the youths go back to their respective countries in terms of transmission of knowledge and skills acquired during the camp? Are there or will there be alumni platforms at the country's level? Is there a monitoring framework to follow them over time to get feedback on their performances?
Okay, thank you. I think that question, Sylvia will answer that question. But now let me ask, we'll start from Professor Duncan. So you take 3 minutes and then also give your concluding remarks. Okay. And we'll.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Allow me put some little respect. I'm not yet a professor. Soon I'm on the process. But anyway, it's good. There's a big title for me today. Allow me go through these questions quickly, therefore, before the panelists take through. Looking at the problems of climatic conditions in the processes of having them categorized in different regions, I want to put it very clear that different countries have different mechanisms on how they want to handle their climatic conditions. To prove this right, we have technology coming up. We have the concept of the geographical information systeming. This is the concept of GIS, remote sensing. If we apply this right and recognize the impact of climate change on resources, purely on the same, we're able to have regions being categorized according to how they're affected. Allow me put a few examples. Look at the Kenyan context. I want to speak from my country. The northern part of the region is greatly affected by climate change. And through this, if we do good resource mapping and find out where the problems are, we're able to get the solutions to this. So to the same question, I could want to address it that let countries take different measures on how they want to map their resources very well. So maybe I hope I've answered that question. Looking at the quickly second question is the global south having the impact of the global north through our communities being affected. We believe that we are so poor and poverty is the problem that is causing all these issues. My dear friends, let me tell you, if we decide as Africa and get the concept right, by removing the idea that the global north are the people who cause the impact to the global south, we've not devised mechanisms to stand ourselves alone. Most of the countries, as I'm going through the data, we realize Africa is getting a lot of support and loans from the global north. We are getting it right and allowing we're getting back to the state that we're going to be colonized again. So if we realize that we can be able to tap our resources, I'm sure Africa can feed even the whole world. It is the perception that we have, it is the attitude that we have, and it is the mentality that we are set, that we are poor, we cannot be listened. See whatever now we're doing, we're discussing the aspects that needs to be listened very well to the global north. Let us accept who we are and Africa to be our business. Thirdly, is the documentation and the strategies in which climate information can reach the local groups. Let me answer that quickly. If we decide that we want to communicate to the local community, let us repackage the information on climate change in a local language that a common local person at the ground can be able to understand. These are the platforms that we don't have. We are taking the platform of climate change to be an academic aspect that we want to put a lot of science. The science itself is not required to the local person. And when we're doing our documentations, let us disseminate the information with the right message. Maybe allow me to tackle the last one as I leave it to the other panelists. My brother asked the concept of the Cold War in Ukraine. I love to talk about the politics of Ukraine and the world, and equally to talk about what is happening at the current state. We're looking like the war in Ukraine and Russia, bringing the whole impact to the whole country. Look at what happens. The war between Russia and Ukraine, if you look at the science behind it, my friend, we are not able to solve that. This is a war that started a long time ago. And when we look at the economic impact that this causes to us, Africa, we feel it. Today here in Kenya, I was making a joke yesterday or a day after, the price of flour has gone, is more than the price of a cooking pot. When I go to a supermarket today, the price of a bar soap is more than the price of a basin. And then we believe that we ourselves, the problem caused up there, it is the science that the political ideology that our African leaders have bought is whatever is going, taking us to the damages we are getting. If we get the concept right and our politicians get it right, I'm sure the problem is going to be solved. We have a lot of resources. We have untapped resources. We have a lot of money, including money that is going for waste. Corruption being the problem that we have. When shall Africa leaders be away from corruption issues? I cannot recall any country in Africa that no leader is associated to corruption issues. Recently, in one of the African countries, I don't want to talk about it, someone going publicly to address the nation and the media that they've taken the money. And that business, okay, I don't want to speak about that for my dignity and maybe for my security. Allow me stop it there.
Okay, I will start with a question on, is it possible to determine the regions to be victims of climate change? One thing is, it takes us back to early warning systems. You get back, just at your age right now, look at 10 years before 2022, that is 2012. What was the weather like in 2012 and compare it to today? Is the environment you're living in the same 10 years ago? Do we still, just maybe, if we took an example, a sample area of this university and ask ourselves, the number of trees on this compound, are they the same 10 years ago? And you will be able to tell that maybe we are likely to have a problem if this kind of thing continues. Look at population numbers. How many children are in your village now? 10 years. Look at the population 10 years ago and now. And then what is the impact? What pressure is being exerted to your village that is likely to cause trouble? I remember one time I was on an expedition, and they told us, when you hear antelopes running, you know there's a lion nearby. We were camping, we had pitched camp in Lake Mburo National Park, and this one evening, we actually had the antelopes. And we knew that up at the ridge, there is a lion. So if the antelopes have taken off, we are the next target. The question on, is there a way of disseminating information after you've collected the data? Yes, he mentioned one. Translate the language, the information, package it into the local language of the target community. You can also have radio talk shows. Not someone from the central government coming to talk to the people in the community. Get a leader from within the community to talk to the people. We had a project one time where we were saying we are localizing SDG 16. SDG 16 is written in English. It was developed in New York, but we had to take it down to the community. That means SDG 16 had to be translated into the language that the people know and taken to them. So you don't expect the community to also come to you. You are the one to go to them because you are the one who needs them to know. For them, by the way, they're not even thinking as long as they wake up and go. Yeah, with that, I can also say that thank you so much for the time you've given. Thank you for the opportunity to learn. And I wish all of you the very best as young people.
you come here and close the session? So we'll have Mr. Q come here and make his final remarks and then close today's session. Yeah, please come to.
I'll just try to quickly just run through some of those questions, and then I think as a young generation, I think we live in a world that's it's got a lot of activity going on. It's not complicated, but it's a very busy world that we live in. We've got lots of information flowing left, right, and center. We've got the tools, we've got the gadgets, but I think what we need to be very careful of is what kind of information are we allowing, to impact us? Because subconsciously, by allowing certain information into your system, subconsciously, it shifts your mindset, even you without noticing, on how you think and how you perceive certain issues. So in this world of the digitalized world, where there is a lot of information, a lot of access to information, I challenge you firstly to be able to choose your media as well, analyze the information you get, because it has a long-term effect on how you perceive the world around you. And I think as young people also, we need to be very aware of the geopolitics that's happening around us. We're in a globalized world, eh? I had some arguments, or some, heated arguments with some young people on certain platforms when this Ukraine war began, and, would do some analysis and just share with them. And, some would say, have you finished your wars in the village there? Why are you concerned about Ukraine? What has it got to do with you here? Mind your own business. And, and look at us now. The basin is more expensive than the soap, eh? It did impact us. Some of us might not have never stepped into those areas, but it does impact us. So let's be aware of the geopolitics, first of all, and let's have a very analytical mind. Let's not take everything at face value. Let's create our own data. Climate-induced conflicts. I think in the conflict side of issues, we always say, let's always try to have win-win situations, specifically when we deal with it, the African way, when it's the traditional courts. Usually when we go for litigation, it's the high court and everything. There's always a win-lose situation. And the next thing for me is I'm waiting for you to say, the next time I'm going to get you. It's just a question of when and how. But when we deal things in our own, homegrown way, of course, ethnic issues always come into play. Politics also, to some extent, also even comes into play, even at the most local places within the rural areas. It's also known to be there, but let's try to have those win-win situations so that we've got sustainable, peaceful settlements as we go. And from the financing side, I would like to say that I mentioned during the presentation to say the EU adopted climate security as a challenge in 2008. The US, NATO, 2010. And their military strategies, their finances are all based on those. So from a financing perspective, it's an issue of us prioritizing those funds that we have in order to deal with these issues now as they are impacting our immediate future and the future of our kids. So it's a choice, a political choice, that we need to be involved in the political processes of our countries as young people to influence decision makers and not just take things as they come. Voting is not just a right, it's a responsibility. In other countries, I think it's Australia, if you don't vote, you actually get fined and can even be thrown in jail. That's how serious they take it. Data collection. What we need to do, I mentioned, let's create our own data. 2, let's be able to integrate our data. We're working in silos, specifically from the global south side of issues. That's why there's even this skeptic, critics say that our governments are in it just for the money in this whole climate space. We get paid all this money, but we don't put it where we're supposed to put it in terms of mitigating and addressing some of the climatic issues we have. That's a discussion for another day, which is loaded with various perspectives, but we need to hold our systems accountable and our leaders accountable for financial issues. It's not a grown-up issue, it's your responsibility to hold them to account. And also let's look at even the colonial legacies. They play a very key salient role in some of these financial issues. I think we still have some, I won't mention names also, but maybe what I can do is to prompt you to Google. There is what's called the petrodollar, in terms of how oil is priced and the history of oil with the Arab states and various other Western countries, which has led to the demise of many of our leaders here in Africa because of wanting to change that status quo in terms of pricing and the currencies and everything like that. I would also prompt you then, we're always learning. Today, one of our colleagues speaking on the Ethiopian dam issue, not verified yet, but I asked for evidence. As a data person, we always want to substantiate it. And some of the issues was to say that some colonial masters or countries had agreements with countries to say that you cannot develop water dams without approval, even after you've gained your independence. There's supposed to be some documents that speak to that, which is one of the reasons why Ethiopia was never colonized, if you remember, right? And the allegations or his statement of departure was to say, that's why to some extent you spoke on the Ethiopian issue, to say that's why they didn't need to get any clearance or whatsoever from anybody because they were never colonized. But some who might have issues might have those. So I said, give me those documents, and they're supposedly there. Hopefully we'll share them. Isn't we're going to have a group of some sort. And then lastly, I would like to appeal to our young people to say, when you come to these platforms or you are given room to speak or to interrogate or discuss with the corridors of power, be it that it's even at home, with your governments, don't come with a begging bowl. Bring something to the table. Bring solutions. Bring ideas. In that way, you gain respect. But when you come having a begging bowl, already you are at a negative. I own you. I can manipulate you. I've got something. I've got a carrot stick to you. With all the information, with all the knowledge, with all the education, with all the exposure that you have, surely you are a leader, not of tomorrow, but of right now. But you just need to identify it with yourself and mind the language and the information that you have. Bring something to the table. Don't be a beggar. Bring something to the table. Ask yourself, what am I bringing to the table, even if I'm with the issues that we have? I think we've had a fruitful discussion, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm hoping that we can build this climate security program to be even more strong and speak to the issues that affect us all. I bid you all a good evening, and thank you all.
Yeah, louder, please. Louder. Let's give them a hand once again. So thank you very much, everyone. I think it was an excellent, inspiring panel and question and answer session. I think the nice Java coffee is waiting for us. So let's go grab our cup of coffee.